The site's going to break like 30 minutes before they go up, but truly, yeah. It might be better for some people if you really want one, and you're having a hard time with the like any websites to go in person to some of these places, like on release day. I do really want one. We're gonna see how it goes. I know some people don't like the song, but I love it. I love this silly little song. The orange buffoon removing the extra taxes probably alleviated it. See, I don't know what's going on with that because I feel like there's so much misinformation everywhere about like what the fuck he's doing. I just know that he's annoying and I hate that man with like all of my heart. Okay, we're gonna do some affinity quests. I think I want to do... Actually, let's wrap up Hope's last one. Trapped because she wants to cuddle now and she sounds like a quick bitch and what a baby. Yeah, she's probably... I think she's probably okay, but she's probably a little stressed. Like maybe it's hitting her that she's not home. So that's probably what's happening. But hopefully she feels better. What a poor little baby. Cat pins you down and you can't do anything about it because cat law. It's true. It's true. That's why sometimes I have a hard time in the mornings because Kylo wants to cuddle and I'm like, oh my god. I guess I'm stuck here. I like both new LA themes. Yeah, same. Enjoy your lurk, bro.
There you are. Hey, can I borrow you for a sec? Hope's been super glum lately, and it's weirding me out.
Well, why do you
know
think?
If anything's up, I'm worried about her.
I was gonna say, why do you think, ma'am?
Oh, right. She did say Ornella was like a mother to her. Well, she needs to talk about this, so maybe you can get her to open up. I just want to know if there's any way we can help her out. Thanks. I'm sure she'll open up if it's you asking. All right, off you go. I'll be cheering you on from here.
She let you go.
Father, have I been doing things wrong this entire time? Oh, hello. Sorry, I was just thinking.
Tell Hope that she appears to be on the verge of tears. Ask Hope what's wrong.
No, I'm fine. Oh, forget it. I'm a mess. A huge sloppy mess.
It's okay to be a mess.
What happened to Ornella was ultimately my fault.
No.
So now I'm wondering if everything I've been trying to do is... What if all my efforts to help people burden others in turn? It's made me scared to help anyone. And now I'm just paralyzed.
Tell Hope that she's not a burden on anyone. Tell Hope that she's overcomplicating things. Can you imagine? Like, who would answer that?
You're very kind to say that. But I know it's not true. At least not for Ornella.
Okay, but fuck her.
It's like I've started to doubt everything. Everything I was proud of suddenly feels wrong and gross. I know my father struggled with this too. I'd give anything to have his journal. But it was lost during the crash. And now I'm lost too. Anyway, thank you. I feel a bit better after talking it out. I'll go see if I can help anyone else. If you take on any missions in the meantime, though, I'll come running.
What's the deal? She had a weirdly serious look on her face.
Is she like... Is she
Did
here?
you pick up on any ways we might be able to cheer
Like, does
her up?
she is she just like, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean you don't like
No wonder she tells you things. You're like a damn bank vault. Look, you don't have to
And no
share the
wonder she
gory
doesn't talk to
details. Just
you.
let me know what I can do. A journal she lost during the crash? Yowza, that's tough. Sounds like I've got a top secret mission to give you. Dig up that journal and return it to her. Oh, and keep it a surprise. It'll be more fun if she doesn't see it coming, so no blabbing. Meanwhile, I'll gather up everyone she's helped and see what we can do. You'll want to ask around after that journal right away, okay?
Okay. She's going through it. To be fair, all these quests could be tackled with quite a bit of time in between them. Wait, what? What do you mean? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Did you hear?
Okay, I think... Wait, do we just need one? Oh, okay. Find the second piece of intel. Alright.
Yup.
As I recall,
One more.
About that.
Hey. Ooh, wait, I have a green quest over here. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up too.
what's wrong?
Yes, can I help you? Non-disclosure agreements keeps me from discussing work, but I'm happy to speak about anything else, probably. Oh, wait, that's right. We have to ask for measurements. Oh! I'm employed as an engineer at a company making scale armaments, you see. I'm afraid anything more than that is classified, isn't it? Very, very secret.
What's wrong?
Shit, I actually have to do it? You want measurements of my body's physical dimensions? Yes, I hate this. As it turns out, all of my biometrics were taken when I started work at my current job. You're welcome to a copy of that data if you want. I won't ask what you aim to do with these numbers, okay? All right, yes, I will. Wonderwear, you say? Wonderwear? This is some new manner of a weapon, perhaps. It sounds so deadly. I don't know the specifics, but I wish you luck in your R&D efforts. I love how they just don't care.
Friend, no? Yep, and get this.
Oh my god, Elle is so funny over there. Hope, I was abused by a greedy woman who used me for money. Guess that was my fault. Oh my god, poor Hope. Her self-esteem is just, oh man, poor baby. Okay, I need one more. Where are we? Oh wait, hold on. There's a
Friend not done yet?
green quest. Moi Moi, is legendary still not ready? Quiet, Moi Moi. Moi is king of inventioning, but even king need time for inspiration to strike. Hurry up, Wallet of King's brother pawn cannot stand supporting both for much longer. Ah, you are Blade friend, right? Moi Moi and Moi joined Blade to earn some quick cash. Ah, quiet. Does Moi Moi want to get yelled at by leader of Blade again? Eek, well then, here's story. Moi Moi and Moi enlist in Blade in order to do good things, probably. But now friend must show Moi Moi ropes of being a Blade, especially ropes that lead to getting rich. Basically being a Blade. Okay. Yes, when we understand. Blades risk life and limb to fight strong enemies in order to keep cities safe. But Mwimwe not interested in any of that. Mwimwe wants to know how to get biggest rewards for least amount of work. You know what? He's real for that. Perhaps friend misunderstands situation. Mwimwe and Mwamwa extremely poor. There is no time to take on one tiny job after next. Does friend see now? Meh, never mind. It sounds like there is no choice but to bet all on Legendar. Yeah, what is... Legendar is super radar. It latest creation from little brother Pawn of Mwimwe, no Pawn king of inventioning. They're so... Look how tiny! Look at the little jacket! Oh my god, they're so freaking cute! Oh my goodness, yeah! A pickup faint signature emitted by treasure of no Pawn ancestors. Treasure lost to Mirren history. It tracks Sword of Legendariness. Sword is super rare, even for famous no Pawn stuff. Curators should pay through nose for it. Mwimwe save. Though even with radar complete, equipment of Mwimwe not quite up to traveling outside city. Friend is a generous blade veteran, yes? Then friend must help plucky rookie Mwimwe make a pair of infini goggles. After all, blades are all about helping each other out at hugely discounted rates. Very silly. All right, we need material. I feel like I might have everything. Friend's getting those. We're going to complete Legendar. Blade friend in Mwimwe. We'll send Mwimwe off. Okay. Maybe we have everything. His name makes me think of Xenoblade 2. Wait, was there a Mwimwe in Xenoblade 2? Friend has brought materials. In stunning confidence, Brother Pawn of Mwimwe Mwamwa just finished Legendar. Yeah, we had everything. His little jacket is taking me out. Like, even his little... arm wings are covered. Thank you, friend. Mwamwa will be able to make a great set of infinite goggles with these. Quest for Sword of Legendariness can finally begin, and Mwimwe can finally get rich quick. Cheer on the eager. Mwimwe, yes. Friend is always so encouraging. Now we just have to wait for Mwamwa to get back from final check on Legendary. And meh? Why is he looking like that? Is he supposed to be stinky? Brother Pawn, Mwamwa have terrible news. Or what happened? And why does Mwamwa reek of not fun kind of funny smell? Mwamwa follow Legendar signal to Buono Lake, and then ferocious Terebra show up. It gobble Mwamwa up whole. Mwamwa kick and punch and eventually get free, but mouth of Terebra smells so very terrible. Thoughtfulness of friend to not mention unbearable stench of Terebra touch Mwamwa deep inside. But there are bigger things to worry about than Mwamwa right now. Terebra also swallow the Legendar. Sob. Mwamwa, so sorry, Brother Pawn. Hush, Brother Pawn. What matter most is that Mwamwa make it home safe. Do not worry about little things. But what happened now? It would cost 30,000 credits to build a new one from scratch, and Mwamwa is so very broke. Blade friend here will do something like cough up money, or else go nab Terebra. I can give money. I can give money. Hi, Statman. Oh, that's right. He was his assistant. Okay.
As I
wait.
recall,
Okay. We can give the credits. Thank you, friend. Making another one is easy so long as Mwamwa has money. Mwamwa will get started straight away. Just wait 1 second. Done. Would friend do honors and give this to Mwamwa? He's standing right next to you. Legendar is fixed? That great news. Oh ho ho ho. Legendar is picking up response. Now Mwamwa can track down Sword of Legendariness. Here, Brother Pawn. Mwamwa also finish Infinite Goggles. Now Mwamwa can spot dangerous critters well in advance of bitey time. Alright, preparations are ready. Time for quest to begin. Cheer! It is sure thing with legendary from Wamwa. That was really cute. Now Wamwa is off. Good luck. Come back safe. I hope no one dies. But also, yeah, I'm glad too that quest was I didn't kill anybody. Alright, we need one more person to tell us information.
Yup.
Was it in the administrative district too? Upper level. Wait, no, that's where I'm at. Okay.
Yep, and get this. Friend, no?
That's crazy.
Down here, perhaps?
Great.
Neil, my beloved. Kissing you. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Hey.
Okay, so it's not down here. Am I still in the administrative district? I feel like I am. Maybe down here? Oh, hello.
Anyway.
We did it! Okay, yeah, it was down there.
About that.
About that.
Hey,
Actually, we will just teleport down there. I don't feel like walking.
Really?
How goes it? Any leads on that little project of ours? Huh. Whale debris with a personal archive database we haven't found yet? Sounds promising. I suppose I'll pin all my hopes on that then. I'll let Quentin know. Have him sniff around and see what he can find.
This is sweet of her,
He's
but I
a
just...
bit of a whiner, that Quentin. But apparently he's some kind of frontier nav wizard. I'm sure he'll track it down. So why don't you drop in on him in a bit?
What project is this? Are we supposed to be finding something? For someone?
Yeah, no, just a thing. Blah, blah, blah. Details, no big whoop. Who cares, right? Forget the details and just party all night. Woo!
Woo! Tell Hope that it is top secret research report. Tell Hope that you also cannot wait to party all night.
Oh, come on. You're keeping secrets from me too? All right, I won't pry. I'll just try to help as best I can. If you don't want to tell me, I trust your judgment.
Then let's get back to it. Oh, and I've been asking around too. Check back in with me in a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's difficult because I don't really like the way Ada was like, what's wrong with her? That doesn't make any sense. Why she's acting like this? She's been so mopey. It's just like, I mean, unless Ada didn't know her very well, but I feel like, you know, they did. So that's why I'm like confused about it. Actually, can I do any of these heart-to-hearts? I haven't done any. Something I still love about New LA is the residential area, both the cathedral being pretty much just a Christian church, even though they act
Really?
as if all religion matters, and the houses all being a very rich neighborhood vibe. I love how it is from the beginning such a contrast to the barracks where all the blades have to live, especially if you look at the room with the beds. So from the beginning, you know something's very unfair. Yes. Yeah, it is very interesting because it feels very like... I don't even know how to describe it. It just feels very suburban. And like it just feels like kind of fake. I don't know. All right, we need to be in after... Wait, am I not in the afternoon? How come it's not letting me do it? Or maybe... Oh, okay. Where you passed and kissed her. Oh no, I missed it. Oh, here she is. Okay.
Keep it down.
Did the backwater peasants who raised you neglect to teach you basic manners? It's considered impolite to interrupt at tea time. You seem somewhat dubious, and I'm actually enjoying tea at the moment. Well, I assure you this is a fine cup of Ceylon tea, or as fine as any knockoff manufactured here in New LA, at least. Ask about the man she's with. Let's say he's a business partner of mine. We're in the middle of an important conversation and really can't be interrupted. Bye now. If this is another of her evil schemes. If you can get on the action. Are you a hyena dressed as a woman? I make the kill, yet you desire a share of the meat? You have to be careful about honing in on every money-making scheme you discover. It can be bad for your health. Go find your own money, and maybe some self-respect while you're at it. I don't wish to speak any more of this venture. We'll catch up in the administrative district once there are blade missions to discuss. Until then, goodbye. You completed the murderous heart-to-heart tea for 2. Oh, okay, that was my first heart-to-heart. I liked it. That was kind of interesting. They're like really quick. Now I want to do more. No doubt is Ada acting like that, knowing the other lady did the thing. Yeah, she is. Well, I mean, in the beginning, she was like, why is she acting so mopey? And it's just like, weren't you there? Like, how do you not know that? And now she's trying to be nice, but it's still like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Ada. I feel like I'm just so hard on everyone, but Hope's been through a lot. She's had a very traumatizing experience.
Hey, listen.
Hi, you. Just the person I was hoping to see. So, for my Earth culture research, I commissioned someone to salvage some data from a piece of the life hold for me. And in that data, I found an absolutely fascinating concept, a little thing you call a novel. Isn't it just so creative? I mean, fabricated stories, read for entertainment. What kind of mad genius came up with that? Anyway, I thought of reading one for myself, and there's just so much more data than I'd thought possible. They're all categorized based on something called genre. Say, which genre do you like best? Recommend sci-fi, thriller, YA novels. I'm gonna say sci-fi. A science fiction novel. According to the data, that's a work of fiction of relative complexity, depicting advanced technology, space travel, extraterrestrial life, etc. Yes, I see. How interesting. No, hang on. Am I reading this right? That doesn't sound very original at all. Wouldn't that fall under contemporary writing? I mean, I guess now, yeah. Would there still be sci-fi, like, in the future like this? That's a really good question. Like, what would the genre be at that point? Would it just be, like... It probably would be contemporary. Or, though I suppose it's not the case for humans, is it? This might be a good way to see the universe from your eyes. Well, in any case, thank you for the advice. I can see I've got a long road ahead of me. That was really, really cute. Oh my god. I wonder if they're so far removed from the concept of death because they're memes. You know what? That's a good point. I just remembered we missed Loud's heart-to-hearts. I know. I'm in shambles. Who's next? Oh, there's an L1. What does pass for sci-fi in this sci-fi game? I feel like it would be mostly like contemporary, like at this point. I don't know, because everything that's usually in sci-fi is like it's already a thing.
Fancy of you to meet us
Our
here.
dear friend Lori, you have come at a most fortuitous moment. This good Manon fellow intends to buy one of our many fine creations. However, he wishes to pay us not in credits, but in pizza. We have stressed repeatedly that we rarely eat pizza, but he remains quite adamant. We are reminded of our human aphorism that a nod is as good as a drink with a blind horse. How true. Oh, yeah. What is going on?
Hi, Kai Kai.
Kai Kai, pick up Kai Kai. To show the cryptid to the stream. Because he never comes in here, like when I'm streaming. Hi, Jesse, hello. Oh, he's right there, he's right there. Kai Kai, come and get treats that you don't like. He's coming, he's coming. Meow, 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 meow. Come on, come on. He like knows. Get him. Got him. Got him. Hang on. Look, y'all. Look at Kylo. He's never here. He's like, fuck. Look at the cryptid. He's freaking out. He's like, no. Everyone sees me. Oh my god, the camera's not focusing on him because it's focusing on me. There you go. No. He doesn't like treats. Can we get a refund for Scott? He doesn't eat treats. He literally does not like treats. Which one? I think they're both salmon. Yeah, he doesn't like treats. He's kind of weird. Oh, he locked him in here. Oh wait, crap, I can't, hold on. I don't know if y'all can. No, you can't see him, he's like right here. Gonna refund it, thank you, Aiden. Yeah, he literally does not eat treats. He's so weird. I need to find a treat that he actually likes because he's not really a fan. No, we've tried churros, we've tried like the crunchy treats. I want to get one of those, there's like dried fish. Like I wonder if he'd like that. I haven't tried that yet.
Kylo, Kai Kai.
Kai Kai. He wants to get out so bad. He's like, let me out, everyone sees me. The elusive boy. The white on his toesies. It's like he accidentally dipped his toe into some white paint. He's so mad. He's like, let me out. Lau's heart-to-hearts are good. In Lau's level 5 heart-to-heart, he comments on humans landing on Mir and immediately colonizing it. No! Why did we miss them? Why did we miss them? We're gonna have to YouTube them because I'm actually so mad that we missed them. Okay. It matters not how good this frozen pizza is. A barter economy is not a viable model. Say that Elle could sell the pizza to other Manon. Express admiration at Elle's business acumen. Intriguing proposition. That possibility had not occurred to us. We were reminded of the time we sold a small rock found in Noctilum to a superstitious woman for 3,000 credits. That's me buying my crystals thinking that they're going to fix my life. Very well, we shall sell the pizza at an elevated price to other Manon who have bought into the pizza fad. But hold on a moment. Elle, why are you doing a capitalism? Surely the customer that overpays for the pizza would come to fiercely regret being taken advantage of and later spur in our business. We mustn't sacrifice potential long-term profits for a small, short-term gain. No, instead of immediately reselling these frozen pizzas at a markup, we should find a way to use our talents to increase their value, then resell them at an appropriate oh my god. In other words, we'll accept pizzas in lieu of credits from Manon, upgrade said stock of pizzas, and then sell them to different Manon. This is terrible! Elle, what are you doing? This could be the beginning of a beautiful new business model. But wait, That would be an endless loop of pizza, one that would leave us without money for the rest of our days. Dear us, whatever are we to do? Oh no. Oh no. What's happening to him? What is happening to him? Neil. We can do... Oh my god, I'm doing all of these when I should be focusing on the affinity quest. But I didn't realize that there were so many... Elma? I'm still kind of mad at Elma. I'm holding a grudge. Alright, let's do this one. It's right here. Nighttime? Emma, we like you, but we are also conflicted. Exactly. I have a feeling that maybe she changes. No one confirmed, no one denied, but I have a feeling that something is gonna change with her. I like that we're doing all of this and Lao is still slowly dying in cauldrons.
Good taste.
Doing a little sightseeing, are we? Ask the murderess if she's... Ask the murderess? Is that not her name? Is it just a title? Now I'm confused. Your accusation wounds me, madam. I don't start every fight in New LA, you know. I assure you, I am merely a bystander. Agree that murderers may not be responsible. Insist that the combatants should resolve their problems with words instead of fists. This is too much of a coincidence. You truly are a suspicious person, aren't you? Or am I really that untrustworthy? Actually, I suppose I am. I'm sure a woman as observant as yourself has already realized, but I wagered more than a few credits on this fight. I'm hopeful that Igor here will be able to best Daniel. Oh my, she started a fight club. I'll grant you that it's hardly the Roman Colosseum, but a city with as little to offer as New LA needs these sort of amusements. Anyway, it looks like the fight ended while we were talking. You pulled it off, Igor. That's 4,000 credits in my pocket. Well, I'm going home while I'm still ahead. I'll see you back at the administrative district. What in the world? I'm assuming it's just a nickname she picked up. If we find out later, no one confirm or deny. Yeah, I thought that was her name. I didn't realize that it was like a nickname title type thing. Okay, we might as well turn this in since we are over here. He's still standing by the door, just staring.
You're here. I've got a likely piece of whale wreckage more or less pinpointed for you. I suppose it's just never been a priority for the survey teams. Until yours truly tracked it down. Totally worth pulling that all-nighter.
Hello, Quentin. Are you helping out on this mission as well?
Sure am. I'd do anything to help out the Guardian Angel of New
Guardian
LA.
Angel of New LA.
Do you mean me?
Remind Quentin of the confidentiality of this mission. Quickly ask Quentin how work is going to change the subject.
Huh? You mean like at my job? It's been much better since Hope helped me renegotiate my contract.
Oh, really? I'm so glad. Hearing that makes it all worthwhile.
Ah, thanks. So, about that database from the White Whale. I talked to that weird Nopon who was here in New LA. Lula Rita.
What do you mean
something?
weird Nopon?
She said she'd go find it. I think she already took off, actually. Could you maybe try
Got a
to
Kylo
meet
here.
up with her and see if she found anything?
Okay. Time to talk to Lula Rita. I think she's perfect, to be honest. Wait. Hold on. Oh my god, we're literally going to Caldros, where, Lao is waiting to go fuck around and do other stuff. Wait, what? Do we get to... No, we can't go in there. Wait, this is not the right place. I got excited to go into the volcano thinking that we could go in here, but yeah, we can't. We can't do that this way. We're giving him some time to eat Tatsu's food. He did leave him his lunch, yeah. Ah!
Ah, handyman friends of Lulurita!
She's so cute.
Hello, Lulurita. How's the patch job on your roof holding up? No leaks, I hope.
No leak at all. And for free? Still blows Lulurita's mind.
I'm glad. What is it that brings you out here today?
Lulurita wanted to pay back free working friends. Came out on hunt for parts from Whale of Light.
Oh.
Thanks for your help just the same. For a secret mission, there sure are a lot of people working on this. Is there something going on I should know about?
No. Say that whatever it is, Hope is going to like it. I'm gonna do a hint.
Really? Oh, I can't wait! Whatever this research is,
Thank
I'm
you.
sure it'll make life better for everyone. Now you've got me all excited. Shall we go have a look?
Remember, Big Critter scared off greatest warrior of Durango Caravan. Free working handyman friends must be careful.
Her voice sounds familiar too. Yippee! I have salmon for lunch. Yay! I love salmon. Alright, let's just teleport. Wait, no. Okay, never mind. Salmon is so good. Seafood haters in chat, don't interact. That could never be me. It's not too loud, is it? Make seafood boil cheaper so I can have it every day. I agree.
Wait, how can... This database contains my father's journal. Was this why we came all the way out here? Why everyone was involved?
Surprise!
Oh my goodness! I'm so happy right now. I'll read this on my own later. I'm sure he'll have a solution for all the unintended hurt I've caused. And for how to avoid another Ornella.
I hope she stops blaming herself for Ornella. It's driving me crazy because that wasn't her fault. Heart to Heart of Lao. There was also, I think, his 3-heart one where he asks you to take care of Shingo, the guy from his team you had to find a gift for his girlfriend, kind of heavily implying he's worried for him in a way, and kind of would even like if he was not on the team, just before chapter 8 where Lao gets his team killed because of joining the Ganglion. I love Lao. I love Lao. I love him.
been thinking about something I read in my father's journal. In my fear of others, altruism became my trustiest weapon. By forcing my kindness upon others, I tried to buy theirs in return. What more selfish motive could exist? Such kindness is but a hollow shell. As a younger woman, I never understood what he meant. But now, I see that he and I are the same. I fear that people I'm unkind to will betray me, and I'd rather vanish than be betrayed. So what do I do now? I'd thought that if I read his journal, I'd know, but... I'm sorry. I'm so afraid of other people, of everyone. I can't help but think they'll all turn on me like they did to my father. I mean, what if Ornella was just the first of many? How do I face Ada and the others when I can't trust them not to hurt me?
Tell Hope that no one else is going to hurt her. Take Hope by the arm and lead her to Ada.
I know that in my head, but the rest of me can't seem to believe it. Still, I can't just go hide in a hole either. All right. I guess I should try to be brave and go see Ada, huh?
Come on, please, let me help. I owe her more than I can even
Oh.
Not as much as me. You sit tight while I go find it. She's been helping me out since the day I moved to New LA.
Hey, whoa! Really, you guys, this is too many people. I get how you all feel, but a search party this big is just chaos. Ah, welcome back! You find that thing yet?
Nod and give a thumbs up.
Really? That's awesome! I called up some people Hope helped, and then they called more people, and...
Look at all the people!
Well, it kind of snowballed. I'm glad I can call this off. You're really something, you know that, Hope? All these people came running to help you.
But why? All this time, I've just been selfishly...
I feel like I'm gonna cry.
Hey, everybody! They found the journal. Go on home now. Get, shoo!
This is so sweet.
So Hope's problem is fixed? Oh, that's a relief.
It was killing me to see you walk around looking all sad. If you ever need anything else, just say the word.
I'm glad that worked out. Mostly because I kinda, sorta hacked into Frontier Nav.
Hi, Kelly.
You won't tell, right? If my boss hears about this, I am so fired.
It's so sweet.
You were saying something about being selfish, but these folks all disagree. They need you, Hope, and so do I. So please, don't ever doubt that again.
Oh my god. Tell Hope that she deserves this all for her hard work. Ask Hope whether this finally allays her doubts.
So this is what I've accomplished. Oh, I've been such a fool. All this time I was looking for answers, when they were right here in front of me. But I do need to be stronger. I need to do more than be kind. I need to really understand you all. I'm far from perfect, but I hope you'll all continue to be my friends.
I loved that so much because, like, it's just, I feel like so many of us sometimes, like, our brains get the best of us where we're like, nobody, like, what if everyone, like, actually hates me? Or what if somebody just, you know, what if I'm always doing things wrong and, like, I can't say the right things. And I loved that because I feel like it was also kind of related to what I was saying about community and how Hope, like, was obviously going through a lot there, and she has a community around her that's, you know, raising her up, even when she felt like, you know, she I don't know, that she was like not actually being kind to people and stuff. Like, I don't know. That was great. I loved that a lot. The music too. You just know that those are all people who most likely got on the white whale for his talents, because you know the rich ones would come up and be like, where have you been, Hope? What is this customer service? Let me call the manager. Yes. Me every day being like, my friends hate me based on no proof whatsoever, just the little man in my brain. No, I feel that. I feel that a lot. Like, man, I can't believe everybody hates me. Nope. Oh man, we have, we could do, Liselle's. We could also do, oh, I have to finish chapter 12 for this one. The little rich girl. Let's go do murderesses, actually, just to switch up a little bit. Also, I'm realizing I've been live for like getting close to 3 hours. I haven't taken a break yet, so I should probably take a break before we do this one. So yeah, let's go do that. Let's go take a really quick break. Excuse me? Oh, I can't do this. What is haywire? Hold on. Hold on. Do I have that? Hold on. I want to go see if I can finish that first, because I really want to learn more about Murderess. She's kind of fascinating to me. All right, let's see. Okay, I don't know where Haywire is. If anyone knows where Haywire is, feel free to let me know, because I don't know where it is. Ooh, Irina's getting pretty close too. And if any, I always advise people to do is Foggy Dilemma, but that is pretty much just get my favorite character. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I actually still have characters to unlock too. I don't know, I kind of wanna, is it possible for me to unlock the rest of the characters? Oh, hold on, yeah. This one. Actually, let's go do this, because I don't know where the prereq one is. So, we can do this one. Wait, am I going the right way? Yeah, we're gonna take a break first. I was just walking over here just so we're ready to do it when we come back. Okay, y'all, we're gonna take a break. Feel free to get up, stretch, use the restroom, do what you need to do, take some time to yourself, and when we come back, we will continue. I might do a poll when I come back and see how people feel. I want to do this one, and I want to see if there's any other characters that I can unlock really quick. If not, then we might actually start chapter 12, because I know I still have some affinity quests to do, but some of them I don't want to do, like Bose's. And then some of them I haven't met the requirements yet. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get back, but I think we might do chapter 12 today. Oh, I have to accept backup requests. Okay, crap. Well, it's fine. I'll do that when we get back. But yeah, everyone, feel free to get up, stretch, use the restroom, and do what you need to take some time to yourself. And we'll be back in just a few. I'm also going to play some ads on the break. And yeah, we'll be back. Be right back. Oh my god, I can't stop eating them. They're so good. Jesse, thank you for gifting to Lynn. Hi Lynn, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god. These were such a mistake. They're so good. Okay, that's it. I'm cutting myself off. All right. What are we doing? Infinity mission, which I cannot do yet because I have to go get backup mission. This one is at the console thingy. I had a good break, Kelly. How about you? Oh god. I'm choking on water. I finished, did I finish 2 water bottles today? I think I just finished 1. Thank you. College is kicking my butt lately. Oh no! I'm sorry. College is a lot. I'm doing good though. What are you majoring in? I'm here and I forgot what I'm picking up. Wait a minute. Hang on. Backup request. Okay. Yeah. Backup request. Backup request is not here. Do I already have it? This is weird. Maybe I need to pick it up somewhere? House of Cards. Find my dog. Guinea pigs wanna. I don't know where this is. This is strange. Prep some spring crafts for the fam to do after nap time. Ooh, what kind of crafts? Oh, does it? Oh, that's interesting. It does that? I did not know that it switches like that. That was very interesting. You're majoring in English? Oh, cool. That's really fun. Are you taking any fun classes that you're really enjoying? When I was in college, I always loved my psychology classes. I forgot where I was going. Ugh. The way that I went in a circle 3 times.
Please subscribe for 83 months. Hi Lori, you are amazing.
Silye! Hi, how are you? You're amazing. How are you doing? It's just lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. This is so interesting. Okay, I guess we go back to the blade barracks and try again. It has a limit on the terminal. Oh, gotcha. Paint over some stencils with stamp style paintbrushes using pastel colors. That sounds so fun. I really want to get into painting more because it just seems really relaxing. Psychology classes are fun. They're so fun. They really make you think. Creative writing and multicultural literature. Oh, multicultural literature? Oh, I love that. That sounds really, it does sound so fun. Wait, I'm doing it again. The change you can tell since some quests. Yeah, I saw the red stuff. It's been nice reading from different cultures. I love that. That would be such a fun quest. A fun class. A fun quest. Okay, we didn't get anything here. Try again. Honestly, I'm such a nosy neighbor because my next door neighbor, I don't know what she's doing. She has a big bag and she's like walking across the street. What are you doing, girlfriend? Oh, she's going to my other neighbor's house across the street. What are they doing? What are they doing over there? Are they like doing... I'm so sorry. I'm like that nosy neighbor that's like always looking out the window. Like, what are they doing out there? Why are they making so much noise? They're building a pool? They're cutting down trees? It's not me, guys. No, it's not Krez. Fiction into film in the history of rock and roll. Honestly, this makes me want to go back to college and just take all the fun classes. Will I do anything with them? Probably not, especially in the career that I'm going for, but it's just fun to learn, like random stuff. Am I just getting unlucky? I feel like I'm getting unlucky. Your neighbor has a big back? A big bag. A big bag, B-A-G. Sorry, I talk fast sometimes. Yeah, we'll leave. A big bag. I really wanted to take flower arranging and wine tasting, but they didn't fit into my schedule. What? Flower arranging and wine tasting? That's a class? I love that. I love being nosy. Right. The game is really bad with affinity things locked behind terminal because you have to either keep up with them or... That's so... yeah. Big backs are cool. I guess. I mean, I've never really thought about it. Like, I've never really thought about big backs, but sure. Like, I don't have anything against big backs. When women in the window moment, that's literally me all the time. When I'm like, when people are outside my house, I'm like, what are they doing? Something happened in my neighborhood recently across the street, and like I was literally like all up my window, like, what is going on over there? What is going on over there? It's like my personal telenovela making fanfic in my head about my neighbors. Going the wrong way again.
Hey.
I saw this word and I just thought of guacamole. Like, I don't know why. Tifa Lockhart, the killer of hope. Maybe she is the killer of hope because her and Aerith are canon. Look at me. I literally was just talking about the fandom shipping discourse and look at me starting shit for no reason. Like, same. Yeah. The change quest. Tifa killed my hope, true. Oh, you do. So you do have to leave NLA. Okay, so I can't keep doing the barracks thing. Hope's still alive. We did her quest. We did do her quest. Sometimes it's fun to start shit. I mean, oh, wait, is this the one that I need? I don't remember. I'm gonna accept it anyway. I don't, maybe. That might not have been the one that I needed. No, I don't know why I thought that was the one that I needed. Okay, whatever. Yeah, there are times where, you know, it just gets a little boring, and you just gotta start some shit. You're on hold for the next 40 minutes. Why? See, this is like one of those moments where I think you should start some shit. Not the turtle logging away my son's Infinity Quest. I don't know what's going on.
Hey.
I'm probably just, I don't know, getting unlucky or something. I don't know what's happening. This is the one! We did it. Internal revenue all week on hold. Oh my god, you're still dealing with tax stuff? I need to go west. Is this the...
By the way...
What the fuck? I don't... Oh, okay, I can do it now. Tell Fogue that this is a good time to start talking.
Oh, hello there. You must have seen that posting on Mission Control, right?
He's kind of
My
cutie.
apologies. It's nice to meet you. I'm Fog Krista.
Oh, Fog.
I'm a little surprised, actually. I didn't think anyone would accept my request.
Oh no.
This is the best thing that's happened to me all month.
Tell Fog to make his point.
Okay.
You got this. I believe in you.
Thanks for letting me take this at my own pace. You're very patient. I finally got my thoughts together. Let me
I
explain
smell
the mission.
neurodivergency.
Basically, some of the data probes installed by the Pathfinders have been acting up. Trouble is, they've got their hands full with installation. So now it falls to the prospectors. And me, specifically. We rely on data from those probes when gathering ore and other resources. And now, we're being asked to investigate the cause of the malfunction. Frankly, I think it's ridiculous that we should be given such a dangerous job. Besides, field investigation and combat aren't exactly my forte.
Oh my god, he's just a baby. Say that you should head out there at once. Tell Fog that he should try it himself before relying on others. I don't want to say any of these. Guess I could just do this one.
Already? Wow, that was fast. I wish I could be that decisive. But you're right. We should go have a look. Oh, I suppose I should mention the location, huh? Sorry. They're in Oblivia. We need to check out a few different probes, so might as well start with the closest one.
Like, we have moments where we're so, like, empathetic, and then all of a sudden we're just like, just fucking do it. Stop being a little pussy. Just go and do it. Like the whiplash with the protagonist. I owed money for the first time my taxes this year. I'm so sorry. I hate my life. Every April makes me want to crawl in a hole.
Right. If we can resolve the issue,
I think that when...
Let's do it for New LA.
Let's do it. I think that when it starts getting to the point where taxes become like that stressful, that you should definitely like look into hiring somebody, because like it's just, yeah, like I get it. Sometimes it just be a pain in the ass. I love my social anxious son. I was thinking, I was like, he kind of smells mentally ill. My favorite. He is? No, like we can smell each other, you know, like it just gives, like we just give off our own little pheromones. I love it. Having someone else do it relieves so much stress. Yeah, it does. Wait, is this the character that everybody loves? Because I feel like when we were talking about favorite characters yesterday, like there were people, a ton of people were just like, oh yeah, I can't say who my favorite character is. And I'm like, whoops? Oh my god, the weather is shitty here.
Be careful. Let's weaken them first. Triple delivery! Now's your chance! But here goes.
I don't want to end the music.
I've got just the move. Again, we'll settle it here.
We need a bigger gun.
Blast a hole right through.
What does mentally ill smell like? It smells like vanilla. I don't know, I'm making shut up. That plus getting message demands today. Are people making demands out of you? Like for requests? You want me to beat him up? Because I'll beat him up.
Strange. This isn't what I expected to see. Data probes are normally buried underground. Why is this one sitting here? Well, that explains the problem, but not the cause. Let's try another site.
Oh, yours is still not him? Oh my god, I still haven't unlocked. Okay, interesting. Fog is your favorite optional character. He's so cutie so far. He always stays on your team for main missions, so I see him in cutscenes. I love. I'm sorry, Jesse. I don't know. People really be having the audacity this week because yeah, we had some people have some audacity yesterday, which was wild. So I don't know what's going on, but people need to chill out.
This probe's been pulled out of the ground as well. It's like something is going around and intentionally digging them up or something. Let's head for the next site.
I like his knee shorts with his tall boots. It's kind of giving It's giving Riku. Maybe also like the hair and the blue eyes. Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Well, I mean, his hair isn't like super silver, I guess, like Riku's, but his eyes are definitely blue, like Riku's. Everywhere I go, I see Kingdom Hearts or I see Xenoblade. Everywhere I go. Vanilla, everything is a megaverse for those with the eyes to see. Exactly, exactly. The audacity. So many people with the audacity this week. Fine, we simply forge ahead. We forge ahead in this life. Oh geez, oh god. Sometimes when you go into car mode, like I just feel like it goes really fast. Like, is that how race car drivers feel? Pickle, I feel like Pickle would know. Is that how race car drivers feel? Fog's VA has done work in other Xeno games? Which ones? Probably, I don't know. I just don't know if the F1 drivers talk about it, like how it feels when they're, you know, doing their thing. Doing what? Driving. Demigra and Dragon Ball Xenoverse 1 and 2? What's that? Are those games? You gotta have a thick neck for single seater driving because of the G-forces they That's terrifying. I don't think I could do it. Have a good one. I don't got that dog in me today. I'm sorry, Jesse. I hope you have a better day. Totally understandable. Sometimes those bad days are just...
This one's pulled out of the ground just like the others.
Say that something is obviously digging the data probes up. Remind Fog that you have already checked this location.
Right? Wait. Haven't we been here already? Apologies. That's my mistake.
It's okay.
My brother was always yelling at me to focus.
He has ADHD!
He used to say the only mistakes I made were stupid ones. Guess I haven't made much progress on that front.
Remind Fog that no one is perfect. Yell at Fog to get his act together? Excuse me?
Oh, thanks. I appreciate your patience. I promise it won't happen again. Okay. Well, there's nothing else for us here.
Okay, maybe I'm a fan.
Let's head to our actual destination.
You know how we were talking about how some of the male characters in this game, like some of them weren't hitting? I think Fog is hitting for me. Like I'm really enjoying him so far. Oh wait, should I do this quest here? Maybe I should do this quest here while I'm here. Your joke failed? Wait, I don't get it. Go to the next Daytona race and ask one. No, I will not be going. I don't go to Daytona. Like that area is not nice, and it is filled with tourists all the time. I used to go to that beach when I was in high school, and
I suppose I'm getting used to this.
yeah, it is not the nicest beach because tourists have destroyed it. I don't understand. It's not nice. We choose option 2 there. I don't either. The game, like, come for him because he's sad or be ableist. Like, what the fuck? I just got here and I love him. Hi, Pink. Yeah, I think he's gonna be a fan favorite for us. I don't understand this quest, man. You know what? Fuck it. We're not doing it. We'll do it some other time. Yeah, as far as I know, I think majority of locals, like, we don't go to Daytona Beach. It's really overrun with tourists. I'm not gonna say which beach I go to because personally, I'm gonna gatekeep it. What is attacking me? These things? Oh, they're underground. Oh, so you just have to, like, you kind of have to, like, aggro them, I guess? The northern side of the goal. Wait, which beaches? Speaking of F1, I saw one of the retired champions organize an event that was a repeat of what he did previous years, specifically for women to go karting with him at the racetrack. They're racing at this. Oh, really? Oh, that's fun. I was trying to make you think he was in another Xenoblade game by saying he did Xeno games, but it was a Dragon Ball game, not Xeno. I see. I see. I'm sorry I didn't get it. It's a blizzard beach, everyone. Stop. I actually don't think I've ever been to Blizzard Beach. I think I've never been there. I don't think I have interest in going either. Gulf Shores, Panama City, and oh, Destin, yeah. I've only been to drive. Women have only been able to drive in Saudi Arabia since 2017? What? Oh wow, I did not know that. Holy crap. Typhoon Lagoon is better. I'm trying to think, have I ever been to any water parks in Florida? I don't think I have. Hey, 17th Century, welcome in. Is this a mecha game? I would definitely classify this as a mecha game, yeah. There's obviously more to it than just the mecha, but yeah, it's a big part of it. Did somebody just fall? Oh, okay, someone definitely fell and then came back. Thinking about how someone yesterday, I think it was Draco, said that in the original, when you would jump in your skull, it would restart the song every time, which is like the funniest thing to me. I don't know why it's so funny, but like, I love that. Decided to try a new decaf black tea from Harney & Sons, but it's not that great. I don't recommend the decaf vanilla Komoro black tea. Oh no! That's so disappointing. Like when you're really looking forward to something and like you spend money on it and then it ends up like not hitting. I hate that feeling. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Attack at range. Follow my lead. Too easy. Move in on the next one. Here comes my sixth jump.
Rooibos for peeps who are looking for caffeine. Yes, it's rooibos. I can't even say it. Rooibos. Rooibos is really, really good. It also doesn't make you feel like, I don't know, when I drink like chamomile, which is also like decaf, it makes me feel sleepy. So when I was doing like no caffeine for months, it was so difficult for me to find a tea that wasn't just a straight like sleepy time tea.
That explains it. The ganglion have been digging them up. And here I thought a 100-meter worm was forcing them up as it burrowed. I'm almost disappointed. Right. Sorry, what were we talking about? Oh, right, the ganglion. So what should we do about it?
Wait, I love him. Propose that you take out the ganglion forces who are responsible for disturbing the data probes. Ask Fogg what he wants to do. Fog.
Well, if I'm being honest, I'd like to turn around and go home. Yeah, I suppose that's not really a solution.
You know, we can do that.
If we let them go, the damage will spread. And who knows when we'll find them again. Let's do it. Together, we should almost definitely be okay.
I love him so much. I want to turn around and go home. Like, I get that. I do.
Burn, baby. Going all out. Send them flying.
Bad fight, but here goes.
What?
Are you hurt? I'm okay. Just tired, mostly. It's been ages since I fought like that. Still, I'm glad it's over. And you made it possible, so thanks. It was reassuring having you along, you know? Almost like being by my brother's side again. Maybe even better in a way. It's actually kind of odd to feel this comfortable with a stranger.
Tell Fogg that you want to take on more missions together. Tell Fogg that he showed great courage. Tell Fogg not to get too comfortable. I'm dead.
Oh, thank you. People don't usually praise me like that. I think the last time was when I scored the game-winning touchdown. I was 15.
No!
Yeah. So, would you maybe want to do this again? I mean, if you feel like it? I'm always on my own, so I can join you most any time. Until our next mission, then.
Yeah. I can see him becoming one of my faves too. Fuck! Fogg is quite shy and adheres to his own natural rhythm above all. Due to these unique qualities, he prefers to carry out assignments alone. His genius-like traits have, however, nurtured excellent skills in the field. So he really is, like, he's actually neurodivergent. Like, you cannot tell me otherwise. Oh my god. The agenda has been fulfilled. The last option held, right? The lesbians and this social anxious gay. That's literally gonna be my team. He is precious. I love him. Okay, let me see. I feel like we've done quite a few. We do have a lot of green quests. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do a poll and see what everyone recommends at this point. Let me see. All right, I started the poll. Feel free to vote because I'm in between trying to figure out what I should do. I know that there was an affinity quest that I saw that said that I need to finish chapter 12. I think it was else. Let's see. I can't do this one because of Haywire. Which might be, is that a console one? Is that a basic one? I'm not sure. I don't belong here anymore. I can do Liesels. Why Fry? Are they like, huh, I'm wondering now. I think I can, actually, I don't think I have any affinity with him. None with Doug. I could do... What is BFF's affinity mission? I can do this one. Yeah, honestly, we're kind of getting to the point where we need to do more, like, leveling affinity with certain characters. I'm seriously ignoring Bose. Like, I'm not even kidding, y'all. We are acting like he does not exist. The Fog Affinity quests are great, but the affinity grind for him and Fry would take quite a while. Yeah, it went pretty quick yesterday when I was doing some grinding with Kraz and Effigy, because I leveled... Hold on. Yeah, so I got, like Liesel... I mean, I just got her yesterday, and this is how fast it went. From just doing the grinding yesterday. So, and I don't even think that we did it for very long, right? We did it for like what, like an hour or something? Or wait, an hour, maybe 30 minutes? I'm not sure. I get it with Bose. It's like he either gets worse or redeemed, and both cases piss me off. So, right, I'm the same way because like I don't want, like I would personally, like I don't care about him. Okay, we're doing more affinity quests. I like how y'all are just like, no, do more affinity quests. That's so funny. All right, let's do Liesel's then, because I can definitely do hers. I just saw a character with pink hair. It's so over me. Oh, you will love her, Pink. I live for Bozo's slander. I hate that man. I hate him. It was luckily much easier than back on the Wii U, the flashbacks. That's so terrible. Because these characters, like, it's just so interesting to learn about them. And it does suck that like they would be kind of, I don't know, they would essentially be a little lifeless if you didn't do these affinity quests. Like you wouldn't know too much about them, which is really unfortunate that they did that. Oh my god, I'm running out of characters to max that I actually like. I guess we can do we can't have Fry either? Wait, where is he? At the same time? What the fuck? What's going on there? Well, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are they related? No one confirmed, no one denied. Are they related? They look alike. Do they have beef? What's the family drama tea? Yeah, I'm asking a rhetorical question. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just... Fuck is the tea, man? Alright, trying to decide who I'm gonna put on my team. I guess we can raise... Let's do Doug. I like Doug. You can do, I think it's under one of your basic missions. Oh, is it? Okay. Really go from Anxious Son Affinity Quest to the Lesbian Affinity Quest. Love to see it. My agenda working once again. All right, let's see. That's so interesting. They can't be on the same team together. What is going on there?
Hey, Liesel here. Been a while, huh?
I keep pronouncing it Liesel.
Could you head over to meet me? I might need a little help. It's about Hresvelg. Alicia's waiting for you too. We'll see you soon.
Doug, your Yowie counterpart is out there dying. Doug, lock in, Doug. Come on, Doug. You can't let him die.
Friend, no? Yep, and get
Why
this.
am I walking? All right, teleporting. We're teleporting. Oh.
Thanks for coming.
Ask suspiciously what the problem is. A joke that you had nothing better to do.
Oh, nothing that serious. We just
Oh
wanted your opinion on something.
This fucking man.
Now, on to the topic at hand. Remember what I said about Hresvelg? How we developed a special system?
She's so pretty.
These days, with the Skell flight module equipped, being able to fly is the industry standard. But the Hresvelg model, it can achieve an advanced form of flight.
Oh.
An enhanced cruise mode.
Basically, it can turn into a jet aircraft for flight.
What?
Well, cool, right?
We're almost finished developing the system. It should be operational in a matter of days. It's just that the fine-tuning isn't going so well. So then we were hoping a fresh pair of eyes might help. And who better to ask than you?
Sheer impertinence! We were on the cusp of scoring the windfall of a lifetime, and a teeny bopper beat us to it. Now I hear we have the chance to one-up the girl, and instead you seek advice from this outsider. Impertinence! Impertinence!
Give me my gun.
Don't you have any pride as an engineer?
Give me my gun real quick.
We're just getting a second opinion from an
I gotta do
active Skell
something.
pilot. I think there's merit in that. Anyway, you said we were beaten to it, but I don't recall it being a competition.
It's literally
that thinking
not.
is the definition of impertinence.
What?
This whole industry is a race to the top. Revolutionary technology lives or dies in the flames of competition.
What are you talking about?
My God! I thought finally I was putting someone capable at the helm, my dear Alicia. If we don't get ahead of the curve and finish this project, all our efforts will have been for nothing. You will return to work and finalize cruise mode right now. Clear?
Crystal.
Can we punch him?
Boss, Alicia's been cooped up this whole time, ever since we landed on Mira. Couldn't you cut her some slack?
Tell me something, test pilot. What makes you think I give a damn about your...
She's my...
Yes, sir. I'll finish it right away.
What? Alicia?
She's my...
I'll go now.
Alicia!
I'm getting pissed. I need to get him right. Reminding us once again, Lau had a point. Exactly! He has a unique model, I think, and they made sure it's the ugliest. I was admiring her beauty while he was yelling, "No, it's fine, Pink."
Talk about cute.
I hope that this quest ends with us, like,
She's gone.
leaving him to die somewhere. That'd be great. Ask if she has any idea where Alicia might have gone.
I don't know. It's rare for her to go outside in the first place. There's no getting around it. I didn't want to have to resort to this, but... Leash's comm device. It has a tracker installed for such an event. I may be the pilot, but it's also my job to ensure the chief engineer's safety. Damn, she's moving fast. Could she be aboard a Skell? It looks like she's headed for... I know where she's going. Exactly. Let's move. Damn it. I've got a bad feeling.
I like that she's like, yeah, like, I don't usually do this, but I gotta pull out the Apple family tracking. Oh, I'm only missing 4 characters. Wait, maybe 5? Because there's something that's locked. Question, feel free to answer. This is not a rhetorical question. I literally want to know this. Can I unlock the last characters before I do chapter 12, or do I need to do chapter 12 to unlock some of them? Oh, the very last one is post 12, so the other ones I can do. Oh, okay, maybe I should just get everybody then. Except for the last one. Okay, gotcha. Thank y'all. Yeah, maybe I should just get them all then. What are you doing, Alicia?
Liesel.
Why'd you go AWOL? Next time you get itchy feet, tell me.
Itchy feet.
If it's a view you're looking for, we can always hop in Hresvelg. It's not meant for 2, but we can make do.
Oh, can you?
If you insist. Maybe we ought to.
You don't need to do that. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think I'd like that.
Although, I might not have it in me.
Yeah? Alright, whatever you want.
You're not mad?
Why should I be mad at you?
You're strong, you know that? I mean it.
Tell her she shouldn't have to push herself. Ask if she's going to give up here. Ah!
Absolutely. When the going gets tough, go slow.
That's not it.
So, you're okay to keep going? The variable flight system's complete. We basically solved the power fluctuation lag. Say the word and I'll hop straight in, no sweat.
No, you don't get it!
Huh? Alright, what did the boss say to you? I knew it. What did he make you do? Come on, talk to me, Leash.
It's my fault. The deception. I was part of it.
What? What deception are you talking about?
When Hresvelg enters cruise mode, You know how we configured the engine to transform with the Skell?
Well, yeah, of course. Without that, there's no way you could possibly maintain the right level of thrust.
Right. Typical engine structure couldn't take it. In cruise mode, the thrust would be far too extreme. Well, we never implemented that feature. That was what was decided.
They can't do that. The whole damn Skell could fall apart. No. That bastard.
Of course he doesn't give a fuck.
He said he wanted to keep manufacturing costs down.
Of course he doesn't give a fuck.
It's completely unacceptable, I know. Waving it through would lead to horrific accidents. Of course I tried to change his mind. Really, I tried. But he said, you don't want to end up like your predecessor, do you?
Oh my god.
Predecessor? You mean that incident wasn't a suicide?
In the Hresfeld prototype's test flight. The crash. It was because of an error in the code. It was an accident waiting to happen. I know. Because I doctored that code. The former chief caught wind of it and tried to report me. But then the boss stepped in. That's when we had a suicide staged.
Oh god. Alicia.
He couldn't afford for the project to be delayed. If word got out, it might have been scrapped.
Oh god, that's why she just does whatever he says.
And now, you're looking the other way again.
I'm sorry. What I've done is beyond forgiveness. But even though I knew I was complicit in his crime, there was no turning back. If nothing else, I wanted to see it through. To finish it for you.
Girl.
Our gifted fighter pilot. I wanted to witness the heights you could soar to.
How could you? I trusted you, Leash. I thought as long as we were together, we could do anything. But... After hearing all this, I can't unhear it. What he's done, and what you've done.
I know.
The Yuri's turning
I
toxic.
figured this was how you'd react. You've always walked the path you believe in, and you've never strayed from it, not once. Everything I've done, all of the boss's schemes, it's all here, recorded on my comm device. Part of me wanted to leave this and die. That way, someone else could handle the fallout.
You know, I won't be able to forgive you right away.
I know.
But then again, the fact you're still here alive, I'm so glad.
Liesl.
Man.
So it's come to this, has it? You disappoint me once again, Alicia Vega.
Boss,
Oh my
You are
god.
part of this. I thought you'd at least have the sense to realize you were being watched.
Then you admit it. All the heinous crimes you committed.
What does it matter if you denounce me now? It doesn't change a thing. Learn when to back off, Liesl.
Not a chance.
Oh, it's one rule for your friends and another for the rest of us, is it?
No. You both need to atone for what you've done.
How savage. So you would forsake her?
Anyone who asks for forgiveness, I'll gladly reach out a hand to them. But you... do you even have remorse? Do you even care?
He does not.
Liesl, you really are upright to a fault, aren't you? Sickening.
better than killing people just to make a quick buck.
Say it. Say there's only one way out of this. Act cocky. Say she can put this on your she can put this one on your tab. Stop.
I agree. This guy isn't just a villain. He's scum!
Negotiations have broken down then. She set out on an unauthorized expedition and perished in the wilderness.
Here we go.
That's it. Affected my final report.
It's over, Kellerman. Time to pay the piper!
Yeah, that's this is so interesting to me because obviously Alicia is the product of like just being manipulated in a way that she can't couldn't escape it basically. And obviously what she's done is not great, but it is like I think the entire conversation about it is pretty interesting, and that like
Special delivery.
I don't know, we're just seeing basically another terrible person in New LA taking advantage of somebody. Time to beat his ass, exactly. Oh no, Doug, I'm sorry, you don't have a... Wait, no, neither does Fog. Oopsies. They don't have a...
Is this my big chance?
They don't have skulls.
Special delivery. Just this. Go me. Now close the gap. Take this.
Triple the enemy.
Hey, Broccoli! Other characters just awkwardly watching their fallout, like, oh my god. They put Doom during my xenoblade again. Great. I did see that Switch orders are going up next week. Switch pre-orders are going up next week. Oh, he's taking a beating.
Burn, baby. Phoenix win. Yes. Now melee attack. Just this. Special delivery. Just this. Close the gap. Special delivery. Just this. Overdrive. Just this. Cut him down. Special delivery. What? Cut him down. Hope you're ready for this. Fire. Don't miss.
Where are you going, dude?
Just this. Go me. Now close the gap. Special delivery. That did something. Try toppling it with gunfire. See how this. Just this. Fire. Don't miss. Cut him down.
Triple the enemy. Now's your chance.
Special delivery. Cut him down.
Sliding.
Special delivery.
There we go. Yay, it's what you deserve. Fuck you.
Alicia, the proof you left of his misdeeds. The battle log, the audio recordings, everything we heard Kellerman say. I'll hand it all over. The authorities have to know. I'll try to cut a deal. If we're lucky, you may receive clemency.
I don't deserve it. Thank you.
Oh, and from now on, no more keeping secrets, okay? You can tell me anything. After all, we are besties. And hey, I'm not the only one who's got your back.
Yes, I'm lucky. For sure.
I love this game. I just have a feeling it's like a running joke between them. Like everybody thinks we're besties. His stories would even call them roommates. All the girlies in this party are so cute, right? Oh, wait, I didn't get this one. Ah! I did not mean to get out again. Man, I feel like we're getting kind of close to uncovering... I was gonna say it looks like we're kind of close to uncovering most of the map, but maybe not, actually. Maybe there's still quite a bit to go. Oblivia's almost done. So is Primordia. I don't know why I'm not teleporting again. I just love the music. Okay, oh crap. Let's just get out. Who teleports when Sawado is popping off? Exactly. Oh, they're doing the title music here.
Thanks for coming. Behold, the final product.
Oh, it actually looks so cool. Remark that it feels like it could take off at any second. Express your doubts about whether it can really transform. Stop.
I'm taking a test flight with it later. You should give it a spin too. Oh, also, Alicia and I, henceforth, we no longer work for Granada.
Good, actually.
Alicia took full responsibility. The top brass struck a deal with her regarding Kellerman's case. But hey, we finished everything we set out to do. It felt like the perfect time to get out.
That's right. Liesl and I were talking it through, and we've decided to start our own company. Trust me, we'll do our darndest to make our mark. We want to be top dogs.
We'll do it the right way this time. Keep things above board. We'll never stoop to Kellerman's level. Not ever.
I'm proud of you.
All right, time for a ride. This one's for our new venture. And for good luck, too.
Of course. See you soon. Go and stretch your wings. Restfelg is feeling restless, I bet.
And you, stick around, okay? You've seen Restfelg fight before. Now watch him fly!
Partners. The lesbian skell has been finished. Oh my god, it's so cool. Whoa. Oh, it looks really cool. Okay, is that a spell that you can get? Lesbian jet. It is? That was so oh my god, she really is so cool. Yeah, I really like Liesel. What did I tell you? Flying the Hraesvelg is a trip, isn't it? Just switch to cruise mode and it'll transform, leaving regular scales eating your exhaust. We've even pushed an update to all previously sold units, so I'll look forward to seeing you in the skies. Cool. Okay. I loved that. All right, we can do... I have a question. Can anyone direct me to the affinity quests that unlock the other characters? Because I don't know if I need to do like something, because I don't see them on my map unless I miss them. Because I want to unlock the other characters. Like, if I can unlock all of them today, that would be really cool. I mean, besides the one that's locked. Oh my god, that's right. I keep forgetting that there's some in the Blade Barracks. One of them requires a lot of normal missions and 65% of Cauldro's survey. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, a challenger approaches. That's Irina. For this mission, oh, this must be another one. Another one? Oh my god, yeah, what the heck? I haven't been doing any for Lynn. I just realized. Okay, yeah, there's a bunch in here. Okay, let's do, yeah, let's do a challenger approaches next. Exclamation point, barracks. The second to last one of them is a side quest heavy, but the affinity mission is worth it. Yeah, I definitely don't mind that. So, like, is it the... Do I have to do the blue quest for that? Is it the blue quest or the green quests? For, the second to last one. Enjoy your lyric pink. Green. Okay, I've been doing a pretty good amount of green quests for the most part. Probably do need to do more though. Green quests that have Mia in their name. Mia. Okay. Really quick before we continue, I'm gonna get up because it's been another like 2 hours or so. So I'm gonna get up and stretch really quick, literally just a quick 5, just to get up and stretch. Feel free to also get up, stretch, use the restroom, whatever you need to do, take some time for yourself, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Be right back. Back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice break. Just a really quick one for me. Also, Effigy cut me up a mango. Best day ever. And then also, I put some tahini on it, which is really good. If anyone has not had a mango with tahini, it's like the best. Mango, they are my favorite fruit. Like it is, oh my, I just, every time I think about mangoes, I'm like, the universe created something perfect. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to do the next affinity quest. Let's do it.
Tatsu smell a guest.
Brave friends, I come bearing a mission sure to leave its mark on Mirren history.
I take it from the grand tone we're ready to form an alliance with the Rothians?
That's correct, Colonel. Analysis of the data unit you retrieved is complete. It confirms that the Rothians have cut all ties with the gang.
Are we going to finally
Given
have them
that,
on our team?
An alliance between our races would indeed seem to be mutually beneficial. As such, I would ask you to deliver a formal treaty to their leader.
I don't know how they'll respond, but I agree we need to try. We'll do it.
Did the data indicate where the Rothians are based?
Yes and no. We were able to reverse engineer the flight data. We believe they have a base somewhere in Oblivion. Beyond that, however, it gets fuzzy.
Meh. Tatsu can find Kitty Cat base in no time.
I'll leave it to you then.
Understood. We'll do our best to earn a favorable reply.
Oh my god. I'm so excited. I am so excited. Also, quick reminder for anyone just coming in or who didn't know, we are raising funds for Trans Lifeline for the foreseeable future. Feel free, if you are interested in donating to the cause, !donate. And for anyone that doesn't know what Trans Lifeline is, they are an organization that supports the trans community, and it is actually run by other trans folk. They help with gender affirming surgery. They help in times of crisis. It's great. They're great. So right now we have raised $150. My goal is $500, but we don't have to hit that. But obviously, if you would like to donate, feel free to do so. And please, no pressure if you cannot, because obviously right now the world is a little uncertain. So, but yeah, there's an option.
Looks like we found the Rothians.
Kitty Cat friends look jumpy. Maybe shoot Tatsu when he approach, so Tatsu strike first.
Stop.
This is a diplomatic mission. We'll just explain to them that we come in peace.
You there! Halt! Are you aware that this keep belongs to Prince Gacharg?
Yes, we know. We've come to speak with the prince. May we be granted an audience?
The human knows her place. And yet, they cannot be trusted.
Oh.
We've met before.
I am Gabweed, adjunct to the prince.
Whew! We have a letter for His Highness. May we bring it to him?
Do you know the circumstances we Rothians now face, human?
We heard you parted ways with the Ganglion. That's why we're here.
That was His Highness's will, and it is not my place to question. But I know you filled his head with strange ideas. I would not have it happen again.
Tell Gabweed that it's very important to see the prince. Insist that Gabweed let you see the prince at once. I'm gonna try and persuade.
That's right. We come with a proposal that can benefit both of our people.
I care not for your opinion on this matter.
Say that Gajyarg should decide for himself. Plead with God, please. Please.
We're not leaving here until you let us share our proposal.
You're so
Words
sexy,
are
please.
Like wind, and yours rattle loudly. In this harsh land, only strength holds meaning. If you would force your will this day, you must win that right in combat.
Okay.
Such is the Rothian way.
You know, Aiden, I was just thinking, since you're playing through Final Fantasy X, like how similar actually the Rothians are to the Ronso, because like they're the same way. Also, she's using a what do you call it? Like a a staff. It's very Dragoon of her.
Wait, stop!
No, this is our only choice. We're guests of the Rothians. If this is their way, we have no choice but to obey.
Spoken like a true warrior.
Throwing hands easily, yeah. I love it.
You won't enjoy it, but I will fight.
Even the way she's kind of jumping is very like Dragoon.
Be still. Screamer! Take this!
Actually, see, now that I think about it, we probably would consider Kamari more of a blue mage, maybe, more than a Dragoon? Possibly? I don't know.
Can we buff up first grenade? Furious blast!
Let's clean up. Beat barrage.
Take this!
Rising blade!
Oh, what's going on?
Rising blade!
Such is the way of the Rothian people.
Oh dear.
Let my
Look,
mind be
Melius!
still.
Rising blade! Thank you! Furious blast! I shall give it my
I should maybe look and see if I can,
Take this!
check out their gear.
Furious
Since I didn't look at fogs or doves before we even did this.
Now looks like I'm on my own again.
Justice to all who dare cloud my prince's heart.
We're gonna have to do this again. Hello, dear. How are you? Okay, let's do this again. Let's look at their stuff. Make sure that, like, they're not struggling over here. I want him to wear his cutie outfit though, so go over here, and I think he has his own from what I saw. Can't even tell. Did I skip it? Did he not have his own outfit? I thought he did. Good, I walked to the donut shop near my apartment this morning and bought some treats. Ooh, what did you get? Tucks hair behind my ear because of light-haired characters. He is a cutie. He's also neurodivergent. Pretty sure he has ADHD. Okay, I must have made it up then, because I thought he had his own outfit, but now I'm not seeing it. But it also could be I'm like missing it. We'll give him a halo too, because he's such an angel. What's the hoodie series look like on? Okay, slay. Oh my. Well, I mean, the blue. Okay, the blue's kind of like, I don't know if the blue works. Not the Florida Grandma chic jacket. Maybe the regular jeans. my god. The camo. Stop it. You know what? Maybe I'll go with the, I think I'll go with the white. I feel like I have somebody else in white, but I don't remember who. Is it? Oh, it's me? Actually, maybe I changed my outfit. It's been a little bit. About some blueberry donuts and a croissant sandwich. Oh, that sounds amazing. Now I want pastries. Because we talked about his outfit looked like Riku's. Yeah, it looked like... I mean, I couldn't find it though, so maybe I'm just like missing it. I'll have to go through again and look. Because yeah, I love his outfit. Yes. Okay, Tifa, Lockhart. What is going on? The blades on the ass cheeks? Some of these options are right. They're so funny. Like, absolutely not. Okay, hold on a minute. I think I'm liking it. I think I'm liking this look. I'm living for the Tifa-esque outfit, right? Suddenly Xenoblade 2 makes sense, honestly. It's like they experimented with some stuff in this game and they're like, you know what? Takahashi's like, you know what? Let's keep going with that. Let's keep going with that. I love that. Oh, wait, that's cute. Vogue sheep horns. What's the difference? Oh, wait, I guess these ones are like white. Fearsome devil horns. You know what? Maybe I do that. Maybe I give myself devil horns this time around. Yeah, we'll do it. All right. Okay, Doug is perfect the way he is. Celica is perfect the way she is. Okay, we're ready. Wait. This is not what I was trying to do. I was trying to make it so we don't die. Oh my god. I forgot that was a thing I was doing. My bad. I got focused on making everybody fashionable. It really did turn into a fashion show. So funny. All right, Doug. Oops, I did not mean to do that again. Some of the women's armor is just wild. Yeah, seems like it. Oh, okay, he doesn't really have a ton of stuff. You know, it doesn't really matter what Xenoblade game I'm playing. Now, whenever I level arts in any game, I just think of Rex. Ah, it's a looking shop. Ah, it's a looking shop. Over and over and over again. Oh, I never worked Celica's. It's a looking shop. And flick sleep.
If that's mango, I'm seriously gonna crash out.
Okay, there's other mango in there.
I can feel rage surging within me. He's eating mango!
Plus you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Okay. Yeah, you're in big trouble. Wait, hold on. I was supposed to take this one out. What did I do? Now I confused myself. Hold on. She's in trouble. She is, yeah. Yeah, she's in trouble. She's in trouble because, we got messages from her teachers that she is slacking on some work. So, I'll have to talk to her later about it. But apparently Effigy did the pre-talk with her, so... Yeah... Yeah, I feel like she's... And like, obviously I don't remember this because it's been a while since I've been in 8th grade, but I feel like maybe she's having some version of like senioritis. Since 8th grade is almost done. Okay, I messed up again because I did all of that and I forgot to leave some for my skills. So... that's the thing I've done. Check out this sick new skill! Oh my god! That was lands, right? Oh, never mind, Doug, you don't have any skills. Okay. Newfound power. Yeah. I don't know why those voice lines... I mean, like, I still have voice lines from, like, the first Xenoblade, and then also the second one that kind of, like, stick in my head, but, like, the third Xenoblade, those voice lines... like, they are, like, some form of brain rot or something. Like, I can't get them out of my head.
You won't enjoy this again, but I will fight.
Attack at range. Follow my lead.
What are you doing up there?
Time's trying to catch me.
Lightning blade.
Sorry.
Lightning blade. Furious blast.
Starfall blade.
Lightning soul hammer. Lightning blade. Lightning blade.
Okay, alright.
Lightning blade.
Starfall blade.
Tornado blade.
Starfall dodge. Attack range complete.
Blast a hole right through.
Astral purge.
Medic free.
Starfall blade.
Lightning blade.
Well, this is not going well again.
I was gonna lay into him anyhow.
Lightning blade.
god. I just realized she's taking a beating.
You should be doing better. Heal me.
Starfall
Furious blast. Lightning.
Beat
Lightning blade. Assault hammer.
Attack of rain. Let's clean up.
What is going on?
Tornado blade.
Starfall blade.
Furious blast.
Fire.
Lightning blade. Close gap.
Let my
I'm
mind
just
be
gonna lay into
still.
him anyway. Starfall blade.
Yes. Now melee attack.
I'm just gonna lay into him anyway.
Like, Doug is missing a ton.
Starfall blade.
What is going on?
Incendiary edge. Take this. Close gap. Furious blast.
I'm just gonna lay into him anyway.
Assault hammer.
Bird.
Rising blade.
Starfall blade.
I got a little reckless. Please, heal me.
Take this!
Doug!
Lightning. Rising.
Doug, help!
I'm just gonna lay into him anyway.
Doug!
Starfall rondo. Starfall gun.
Doug, you're doing nothing, Doug.
Rising blade. I'll blast a hole right through it.
Take this. I'm just gonna lay into him anyway.
Lightning. Rising blade.
Starfall rondo.
Tornado blade.
Attack of rain. Let's clean up.
Rising blade.
Tripped up. Hey, send some heals this way.
Send some heals this way. Doug, I'm dying, Doug.
Posted, ready to
Now
go.
melee attack.
I'm here.
Reverse grenade.
Stand. Astral bird.
I got a little reckless. Please,
Cosmetic.
heal me.
Rising blade.
Starfall rondo.
Celica?
Blade.
I just realized that Doug got Celica up and she's immediately dying. What is happening in this fight, man?
Starfall blade. Astral bird. Send some heals this way. Beat barrage.
I'm not faring much better. Black vein. Lightning. Rising blade.
Astral bird. Starfall blade. Stark gun.
Take this.
Attack of rain. Let's clean up.
Let my mind be still.
Light up.
I got a little reckless.
Okay. We're so back, maybe.
I'm not faring much better. Take this. A hole right through. I'm losing my balance. Rising blade.
Hi, Pitch. How are you? Sorry, I'm locked in a little bit because I don't want to die. She's kicking her ass. It's good to keep a record. You hear that, Noah? Mads wants something that meets ya.
Starfall blade.
Let my mind be still.
Starfall rondo.
Make your heart
What?
Absorber skin.
Done.
spirits of the past.
Starfall blade. That felt good.
You made soup. What kind of soup did you make?
Equilibrium.
I hope it's delicious.
Shoot.
Take this. Energy sword.
Starfall blade. Starlight Gust.
Absorber
Starfall rondo.
I cannot believe how much I am like fighting for my life right now. This is so funny.
Let my mind be still.
Ready. Fire us up above. First
Spirits
grenade.
of the past, protect us!
Starfall blade.
Furious blast. Absorber Hallelujah.
Hi, Zora. How are you? Cheeseburger soup? Ooh, that sounds good.
Lightning strike. Rising blade. Energy sword. I like you.
Okay, we appear to be doing something now.
It's to weaken my true wrath.
Starfall Rondo!
Absorb it! Furious blast!
Take this!
Stuck on it! Time to flip! Put him up!
Black Vein!
Is she growling? Oh my god, she took out Selga like instantly!
Spirits of the past, protect us!
Why did you take out Selga like that? That was so rude!
Take this!
Furious
Starfall Rondo!
Lightning! Rising Blade! Lightning! Lightning!
I'm in trouble! Heal me!
Yeah, all of a sudden she's being so mean. Oh crap.
Going all out!
Appreciate it. I'm on my way, woman. Astral curve.
Oh my god, it happens again! I don't know what that move is, but that's horrifying. Whatever that is.
Take this!
Assault hammer! Down you go!
Shoot
Press
my
slide! Furious blast!
Starfall Blade!
Let my mind be
Rising blade!
spirits of the past, protect us!
Starfall Rondo! Starlight Destiny!
Medic blade! Rising
Starfall
blade!
Blade!
Take this!
Furious blast!
Starfall Rondo! That doesn't even count.
Whew, that was scary! I'm doing good.
You have won my life. Take it now.
I fought for the right to have Gajarg see this treaty, not to take anyone's life.
Bring them to me, Weed.
But my prince...
These warriors of Earth have followed our traditions and emerged victorious. To deny them now would shame us all.
Your Highness.
Come, humans. I would see this treaty you speak of.
Yeah, we're doing Affinity Quest still. I'm trying to see if I can unlock the rest of the characters before we do chapter 12.
I see. You propose that we stand together as enemies of the Ganglion.
Our people don't have any reason to fight each other.
Nopon and humans are best friends now. Even more fun if kitty cats are friends too.
Ah, the purity and innocence of youth.
Fostering that innocence is a part of our duty as adults. It's a responsibility I take seriously.
As do I. The children of Roth live far from this place. It is their future that I fight for.
Your Highness.
You are called Elma, yes? Disgraceful though it may be, I must ask one condition. We lack medicine for our people. If you could aid us in this regard, I would be most grateful.
I have far more respect for a leader who puts his people before his pride.
Yeah, you should be proud of not being too proud, I guess.
Then please grant me this boon. Weed can give you the specifics. When the Rothians are back to health, we will stand beside you as allies.
I love that. Yes, absolutely. I feel like are we gonna have any problems? Because I don't know, I have this feeling that we're gonna have problems and it's gonna piss me off. It's gonna piss me off. Hopefully we do not. Oh, shoot. Oh, for some reason, I thought we had to go and ask, like, Maurice for med kits. But if we're just going to find them, then yeah, we shouldn't have any problems. Actually, I grabbed this while I'm here.
Good. Now
Delivery!
that doesn't even count as a warm.
Okay. Don't worry about the song, I don't know the words to the song, but I'll learn them eventually, yeah, 'cause I like to sing to this song. Shit. Can I get back? Well, yeah, if I teleport, I can get it back. I was gonna say, I think I messed up. Let me see. Alright, very confused because it is telling me that there is another med kit here when there is, in fact, not. So maybe if I go to the next one.
I sense hostility.
What?
Triple 'em. They have to deal with these conditions too.
I love how Fog was talking to me as if, like, he was up here with me, but he's definitely not. Oh, it's inside? Oh, shoot. Okay. Because he doesn't have a skill.
Everyone knows you need your opponent first.
Fight like truth.
Triple the enemy. Now's your chance. Delivery! Cut him down!
We got that Silverland leather.
Too easy. Moving on the next
Bad at fighting, but here goes.
Cut him down!
What?
Special delivery!
Starfall blade!
Duck this!
Star gun!
Special delivery!
Range and let's clean up.
Slash! I'll blast a hole right through him! Cut him down! Sliding slinger! Duck this!
Starfall blade!
Too easy. Moving on the next one.
I accidentally, like, aggroed the entire area again. It's fine. I'm fine with doing it if I can actually handle it, but if I do it on accident and there's too many things that are, like, gonna kill me, then that's when it freaks me out.
See how you like this?
Alright, there we go. There's one more, supposedly. Did I like walk by it? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Yippee! All right, back to the kitty cats. I don't know which one's closer. I might... Actually, yeah, I said that I wanted to unlock the other characters, but I think y'all said that it takes a lot of Cauldros to be explored, and I definitely don't have that. So... I will probably have to do that over the weekend. I mean, like, explore more of Cauldros. I cannot tell where this is. It takes a ton of time to get Mia. So maybe my mission to unlock all the characters before chapter 12 is not going to work. Stop. This is happening again, where I'm like so confused as to where this is. Those are pretty straightforward though, you just have to do their affinity missions. Okay. Are we ending at 5? No, we might go a little bit longer today. I'm like really determined to unlock some of these characters because I really want to do chapter 12 soon. So yeah. Okay, I've been in like the same areas for 1.5 million years. Is it? Let me see. Hi, Mira. How are you? Just popping in before you eat. I hope you get some good rest. Thank you for popping in. Oh, here we go. Okay. I see. I see. So that ledge, I was kind of going the right way. But I couldn't get in there with my scowl.
Thank goodness. Everyone seems so happy.
The bond between Rothians runs deep. Not being able to care for our comrades has been a heavy weight.
Warriors of Earth, you have my thanks for your aid. From this day forth, know that the Rothians stand
I love them! I love the Rothians!
Thank you, Your Highness.
However, this pact lives only as long as the ganglion.
Oh.
Once they expire, so
Ooh, we're
too
not going to be
does
friends
this
anymore after the
alliance.
ganglion? Okay.
Mira's a harsh land. Should our survival mean your doom, it must be so.
Ooh. Say you'll cross that bridge when you come to it. Tell Gajiarg you would relish the challenge. Wonder if the alliance might last longer than...
If we remain allies, it will be because we face an enemy that demands it. A welcome prospect for any Rothian.
It's not welcome at all. Let's all just be friends because... Well, just because.
Just because. Let's just be fucking friends. Actually finished a game? Oh my gosh, congratulations. How was it? Sky Sunder. Big news, the Rothians are launching an arms manufacturing unit called 6 Stars here in New LA, but they have katanas. Oh, katanas and ninja stars. Cool. Ooh. Oh my god, I kind of want to look at the... Ah! Do we get 2? Oh, so we only get Gajiarg. Okay, well, honestly, like, that's fine. I kind of want to put him on my team. Sorry, Doug. Sorry, Doug. Sorry about that. I arrived at the right time, feeling not safe for work for the furry. Oh no, they're hot. Dolce, one of these days I will force Xenoblade upon you. Hi, Dolce. This Affinity Quest is so funny because it was actually in the original, but we did not unlock him because they cut him since he had a unique model. So this being an Affinity Quest chain always felt so weird since there was no playable character. That's so interesting. That's actually really interesting that you couldn't actually have him as a... Wait, so why did they cut him? Oh, because... So it's because of the unique model. I'm so confused. I'd ask you a question. Do you feel that there exists in this world something worth defending with your very life? Many hold that even the most noble of acts is meaningless if the cost is one's life. What do you think? Say that there are things worth sacrificing your life for. Say that nothing is more precious than your life to sacrifice. So even those from other worlds think so. Perhaps Gedjwe was not mistaken in her choice after all. She is a friend of mine, Gedjwe, a brave warrior. We grew up together as orphans. By sharing both meager meals and shelter from the elements, we managed to keep each other alive. I had hoped that when we departed from the ganglion, we might enjoy that life once more, that we might find a humble, peaceful existence together. But she left for Caldros, alone in an attempt to revenge the ganglion for their insult to Prince Giard. Ask me, Seza, if no one tried to stop her friend's reckless plan. For her boldness. Spoken like a Rothian. Many Rothians also praised her choice that night she told us of it. They saluted as she left to meet her end, but I could not. Gedjwe always protected me, pulled me along. She's my truest family. Oh my god, even if it means defying her wishes or harming her pride, I still want her to live. You seem a warrior of considerable skill. Could you ask? Hey, any... Okay, yes. Actually, I didn't mean to track that, but... Let us share this life together. Are they roommates too? I feel like they're roommates. It was great, but also ask because old games, final boss is the camera and underwater gameplay, but enjoy the overall game and story. It was DMC 1. Oh, I'm glad that you... Oh! Victor, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you donating, Victor. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $5 donation to Trans Lifeline. I appreciate you very much. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's go. Let's go and let's go do another Affinity Quest. Love the hair, by the way. Thank you. It was a wash day, so it's a freshly washed hair today. It's always popping on a wash day. A day in the life. The repair drive. Let's do a day in the life because this looks like it's somebody new. Yeah, maybe.
Muscle Man is here.
You take good night, Mira. Have a good one. I hope you
Sure
get
thing,
good
Commander.
rest.
You're becoming quite the regular here lately.
Mustache Man has too much time on his wings.
On his wings.
Maybe, but that's a good thing. If the brass has time to putz around, it means the rest of the force is running smooth.
Maybe. Or maybe it means the brass is playing hooky.
Hey, yeah. Where do I sign up for a cushy job like that?
Claim that even Tatsu could do Van Ham's job. Say that only Van Ham could do.
Oh, is that right?
I like that
You all got no
Gajiarg like
idea
that.
about my job,
He was
do
like, yeah, keep talking shit.
Well, maybe it's time you all walked a mile in my boots.
I don't know what that means, but I don't like the sound of it.
Well, it's just too damn bad, ain't it? Meet me first thing in the morning, and that's an order.
That's an order. Side user, okay. Are we gonna have Van Ham in our team? Who's the daddy? Wait, the one that we were just talking to, or Gajiarg? He is tall. Holy moly! Look at the cat licking its butt. It's so cute. Wow, I didn't realize how tall he actually was. That's wild. I have space for both. Oh my god. Hold on a minute. I want to do something real quick. Oh my god, he is literally like out of the frame. He's so tall. What? What is going on? Oh my god, no! Some of the stuff he can't wear! No! Are you serious? Look at his tail! Oh, that is so homophobic. He can't be our Barbie! I was gonna put him in a swimsuit! Oh, the only stuff he can wear is some of like this. He can't breastily boob. Can we make him shirtless? Oh, this is some bullshit. Why'd they do that? We can't even make him shirtless. He's wearing like this. They won't let you strip this away. Can we change his hat? No, we can't put him in sunglasses. This is ridiculous. I cannot. Yeah, of course we can put him in the ugly helmet. I mean, the helmet's cool, like, not to be a hater, but like, he's modest. Oh my god. I'm going through it. I don't want him to look like Master Chief. Well, this is ruined. Yeah, I wish we got her too. I thought we were going to. Both Rothians were once considered as playable characters, but cut because they did not fit most normal models. Happy he now is finally in, but they sure still got... Right. Can he not wear his... I don't... Wait. I guess. I don't know. He's reminding me of, Garrus a little bit, the way that he's looking right now. I gotta search this man on Tumblr to relieve the frustration. I'm sure there's some good fan art. Help, he doesn't fit. Aiden! Don't even have to get on your knees for him. I mean, wait. The furry, the space lesbian, the anxious gay, what a party. This is a great party. Yes, I love it. What were we doing? I forgot what we were doing. We are going to meet up with Van Ham. That's what we were doing. Completely got sidetracked. All right. Van Ham. Where are you? I have another heart-to-heart with Neil, too. I wonder if I can do that one. I didn't check the time. I don't feel like changing the time, so if it's not the right time, then we're just gonna go. Oh!
What a lovely day.
Blessed. Hey, how's it going? Up for a chat? NLA sure is a hive of activity. I can't remember the last time I was in such a bustling place, or when I last talked to a member of another race, for that matter. Her past travels. Well, as I told you before, I'm an archaeologist of cosmic civilizations. I've traveled across many light years and visited many star systems. But since my work focuses on civilizations that are, well, dead, I never really got the chance to speak to many locals. And tomb raiding space pirates aren't exactly the most skilled conversationalists. Speaking of tomb raiding, ruins would sometimes still be powered, and then you'd trip their security measures. Traps designed to deter robbers, autonomous defenses. I've had my share of brushes with death. Oh, and one time my ship broke down and I had to spend a few months on a deserted planet. What? Bushwhacking? What is that? Compared to all of that, this is basically paradise. I really owe you guys my thanks. Ask if there's anything she wants right now. Aw, are you trying to be a gentle human? A gentle human? A gentle human? Wait, I love that! It would feel wrong to refuse, though. We are friends, after all. Could we be more than that? In that case, I would quite like to get my hands on some pens and nice stationery. I need to stock up for writing my poems. Typing on my comm device is fine and all, but it's only when I put pen to paper that the best of my words come tumbling out. Also, books, clothes, and indulgences. Anything that could give me a better understanding of Earth's culture. Oh dear, I've given you quite the shopping list there, haven't I? You know what? Why don't I just leave it to your discretion? What I want right now is whatever you're in the mood for. How about that? You know, you don't want to know what I'm in the mood for, Neil.
Oh, don't say.
You don't want to know. I don't think that you will be okay with that right now. Imagine how good it'd be to let us take a fog with us. It'd be amazing. Besties.
I heard he usually gets breakfast here, but I don't.
Ah, mustache man.
All right, let's get this over with. He's done eating, but he's still sitting there.
As Tatsu thought, so much free time.
We're having trouble with Chronicles, sir. Ben, Miranda, and Cornell's team have been engaging them, but with limited success.
Chronicles? They're a cinch. Just snap that big horn off their belly. That exposes an orange subdermal structure that you can fry with a beam. Just relax and have fun with it.
Sir, Sakuraba Industries is complaining that uranium mining isn't meeting projections.
Well, that's a pickle. Fine, we'll get
That's a
out there and
pickle?
install some new probes. Otherwise, tell them to work with what they got. Get creative.
mustache man seemed very low-key.
Yeah. Is this supposed to make his job seem all stressful?
Ah, there you are. I assume you witnessed that elegant display of high-stakes multitasking?
Not exactly.
Well, it's still early. Come find me in the afternoon when things really heat up.
Wait, what? We have to do this again?
That's an order.
I just pulled out my hand lotion. I don't know if Dolce, you're still here, but I would like to show you that I am putting Brazilian touch on my hands. So, I'm very excited. Yeah, his little ketchup pot is really cute. Ever see an action movie where they're in a jungle and they are making their own path with a machete? That's literally, oh, she was exploring off the trail, so to speak. Man, she's so cool. I don't know if I would trust someone who gave themselves a halo. Okay, let's see. Right, what am I doing? That's the wrong thing. I love that we're observing him and he's just, yeah, like, he's not really doing anything.
Hey. Head to the hangar during, oh, the afternoon, okay.
He's gotta be around here somewhere.
Ooh, Elma, there he is.
Mustache spotting is fun.
Let's see what he's up to.
Looks like work, for once.
Maintenance is falling behind, sir.
Makes sense. Combat got a little rough and tumble yesterday. Let's start with the units that took the most damage. It'll be quicker to strip them down for spare parts than spending weeks
Sought
fixing
advice,
them up.
gave advice.
Sounds good, sir.
We can use the electronics and generators as is, but the secondary armor's shot.
All right, then. We'll need new materials to patch it. Hey, you rubberneckers busy?
Rubberneckers?
That's a bit unfair, seeing as how you ordered us to watch
Right,
you.
like you told us to watch
You
you.
know what I meant. Anyway, you'd be helping out Blade. The sightseeing tour is over for now. See if you can scrounge up what we need, all right?
Lazy mustache man should do it himself.
No can do, potato cake. Gotta stay here and oversee the mechanics. Now off with you.
I guess a mission's a mission.
Dolce. Elma's for once was so perfectly delivered, it was.
Listen.
Talk to Cedric at the hangar in the administrative district. Okay, Cedric at the hangar. Cedric at the hangar. Hold on. Oh, there he is. He's right in front of me. Okay.
This is a huge help. Now we can get that armor patched up.
By the way, where's Commander Vandam?
Oh, he took off a while back.
What? He didn't even stick around?
Yeah, he seemed busy. Said he had something
Did
else
he?
to take care of.
And after Tatsu go to all that trouble of finding stupid materials, Tatsu demand appropriate praise.
Sorry?
Don't worry, it's not your fault.
Oh, but he did leave a message for you guys. Come see how I work at night. And yeah, that's an order.
Oh, come on.
Tatsu already ready to go home and sleep.
Well, we've come this far. Might as well see this through.
This is really silly. I guess I could walk. Yeah, might as well walk. I'm not that far away.
Listen.
Oh my god, I changed my mind. I have to take the elevator? I want to see how he works at night. Okay, maybe I was being a little dramatic because that actually went up faster than I thought. For some reason, I thought this one was really slow.
That's crazy.
Great.
Am I right?
Yep, and get this.
It should be there.
Listen.
Wait, is he inside the... Okay, investigate the Blade Tower door at night. What is he doing at night?
Strange. I was sure we'd find him here.
So in other words, that's the nest they're coming from? If we know this level of detail, how come we haven't eliminated them?
We've attempted 2 sweeps already. Both times we lost soldiers and resources and gained absolutely nothing.
I guess that explains all the damaged skulls from before.
Results of a failed mission.
Still, until those indigens are cleared out, our trade routes are threatened.
Would you have us repeat the same mistake, this time in a weakened state? How do you plan on funding this operation?
That isn't it. Look, I realize we don't have the funds.
Boys, knock it off already, will ya?
Commander?
Where'd he come from?
Just who do you think you're addressing?
I've seen that look before. You have a plan?
Wang's team spotted a pack in the area. This Take out the pack leader, the rest of them scatter. Any stragglers left over will make for easier targets.
It sounds good in theory, but how do you propose we deal with this pack leader?
A concentrated strike with a team of our very best and brightest. Them.
Us?
Tatsu?
Tatsu?
Sounds interesting.
I guess that explains why they're attending top secret meetings. Always a step ahead. Hey, Commander?
Dang, I haven't heard this song fully like this.
We're just here to...
That's why you pay me the big bucks, am I right?
Now, wait just a minute.
Someone has to do this.
I guess so, but still...
We'll take care of it.
I knew you would.
That song is so good. I still don't understand what he's doing at night. So he's just like stepping in and stopping fights? I know what they're trying to do with this quest, and back in chapter 3 or 4 where you normally play it, it still works, but after Lao chapter 11 and Van Ham's reaction, they're still a bit harder to come back to this quest and still see the positive side they wanted to show. So like that's what I'm confused about. Like, what are they trying to show with him? That he's kind of like a peace seeker or something? Like, I don't even understand. Hi, Zam. I'm trying to unlock all of the characters before I stop? Well, as many characters as I can until it stops me.
Delivery! I figured we'd win.
Boy, I'm starving.
Did he say, boy, I'm starving? Oh my god, Fog. You're so precious. Shuna's I am here for the blades guy, but after chapter 11 and how fast you wanted to drop WoW, it just feels so weird to me personally. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, I feel like the pacing of that is definitely weird, but I guess that's a personal problem for me since I waited to do this one. I definitely agree with those of y'all that said it's best to do the affinity quests like as you unlock them, since they kind of go hand in hand with the current like flow of the main story.
Mustache Man could learn some discipline from Tatsu.
We should let him rest. He probably doesn't get many opportunities like this.
Yeah, you're right. I suppose it means that all of New LA is content and at peace.
Poof! Friends never say that when they wake Tatsu up from nap.
Well.
Looks like he did our paperwork before nodding off.
Wow. He really does juggle a lot of stuff. Huh? It's kinda impressive.
All Tatsu ever hear is wake up Tatsu, and we are in battle Tatsu, and we ate all the food Tatsu!
Yeah, okay. I get it now. Yeah. Yeah, after seeing how he reacted to Lao, definitely a little bit different. Especially compared to the other Van Hams of the franchises. Yep. Is it though, Lid? No! We maxed her out! We maxed out Celica! Now I have to replace her with somebody else. That's so sad. Actually, we can do Liesel. Man, I feel like that was so quick. That grinding last night really helps. Yeah, we just have 3 characters left, and y'all were saying that the second to last one I'm probably not going to be able to do today. So, did you max your affinity with Bose yet? Stop. I'm pretending like he does not exist. I will not be touching any of these, any of his quests. I wish there was a way for us to pay for him not to be in our game. Who is Bose? Exactly. Exactly. He makes speakers? Stop it. Okay, so we need Elma and Lynn. Got some cuddles in, and I've reached the conclusion that she can't purr without sounding like a pigeon. I'm going to eat her. What? She sounds like a pigeon. That's so cute. Oh my god.
Someone here to visit.
Baby.
Is this about a new mission?
Yeah.
What's wrong, Commander? You don't sound like your usual self.
If Mustache Friend have troubles, maybe Tatsu can help.
Right. We're alone here, yeah? Just your team?
Yes, just who you see here.
Okay, then. This mission is sensitive stuff. Need to know for your ears only, etc. All right?
What is it? Did something happen?
I won't beat around the bush. Nagi's gone missing. It's been 6 hours since we lost contact.
Wait, who is Nagi?
He was out inspecting the lifehold remains we found in Primordia.
Wait a sec. He did not go out there alone.
He had a team of Harriers escorting him. Their last transmission was in combat with the Ganglion, and then nothing. Which I'm sure you'll agree does not bode well.
At the same time, we don't want to jump to any conclusions, especially ones that could start a panic.
Oh, Defense Secretary. Okay. Claim that New LA would soon fall into chaos. Claim that you are the new Defense Secretary now. I'll do that. Zaya was yelling at me again. Hang on.
Not. He's probably just hunkered down somewhere waiting for backup.
Look, I'll do my best to keep this under wraps while you check it out. But we need you to hurry. Find him.
Understood. We'll leave right away.
Oh, the general director and the Blade Tower. Okay. If Lynn's the one to tell you you're super wrong, why was she the one to get a heart from that answer? I don't know. Y'all prepare for Zio to probably jump up here and start asking for a treat. She's already thinking about it. Are you thinking about it? You are. I'm thinking about it.
This is where Secretary Nagi's last transmission came from.
Right. His escort team had arrived, and they were engaged with the Ganglion here.
But Tatsu not see anyone.
Elma, I'm picking up a residual heat signal. This battle must have went down recently. The signal just spiked. What the heck is going on?
Let's go find out.
Is this all you, sir?
It wasn't enough to save them. I lost soldiers. Good ones.
Those Harriers were your escorts, sir. Keeping you alive was their mission. I'm sure they have no regrets.
He never would have let this happen.
With respect, comparing yourself to those who are no longer with us won't get you anywhere, sir.
But Tatsu is glad Secretary is safe. Team Tatsu should hurry and tell Mustache Man.
I suppose you're right. Do me a favor. Head back to the city and file a report on all this.
You're not coming with us, sir?
There's something I need to do first.
Sir.
Wasn't there something with his family,
It's nice
or did
to
we?
be reminded we've got a leader worthy of the position.
Did we learn that about him? I don't even remember now. I feel like everyone's gotten so messed up from what happened on Earth.
I'll hang on to these until you're all revived.
Aww.
Until then, rest well, soldiers.
Oh, so okay. This one was really quick. I guess it was. Is this like really just to kind of show, like, I don't know, give some of the Okay. Give some of the Oh! We can have him on our team. I wasn't thinking that we could have him on our team. The White Whale's former captain, Nagi's now Defense Secretary of New LA. He is a plain-spoken individual who looks upon his blade brethren with warmth. He is also an Jutsu master in order to be the best combatant in all of Blade. What? Oh, he has Blossom Dance. True Stream Edge. Oh my god, he has got Blossom Dance. That's so exciting. Who did I have in my team again? I had Liesel. I had Celica's maxed. I had Fog. And then I had Rajiark. Okay. Why are you making out with the mic? Why are you making out with the mic, man? If the mic isn't gonna give you a treat, the mic isn't gonna give you a treat. Thank you for treating Zai Zai. Are you ready? This is literally what you want. I know it. Okay, thank you for treating her. Now she happy. This is kind of why, you see, this is what also why I have a problem with Van Ham. Like, here we have Nagi actually shown to really care for the blades, and he actually fights with us in comparison to the other two higher ups, and he did not talk bad. Right, yeah, like, I really like Nagi. All right, we got one more that we can probably unlock. Does anyone know if that one's also in the Blade Barracks? Like, would it be this one? I feel like I'm being mildly spoiled. What chapter did you stop on, Zant? Also, oh my god, I've got... Ugh. Ugh. It's in the Industrial District hangar. It's under one of your basic missions. Okay. Industrial... Wait, here? But it's a basic mission. Do I already have it? Chapter 9. I was trying to do affinity stuff and it's honestly taking forever. Oh, yeah, I've been doing affinity stuff for like 3 streams, and I mean, unless you're talking about like, yeah, no, I've been doing it for like almost 3 streams, and I'm still not done. Thank you. I've got Zio hair all over my face now. Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, it doesn't show up as an affinity mission. It just shows up as... Yeah, that's weird. Okay, weaponize. This is our last one.
Hey, are you the one here to help with testing? Good, you look tough. You'll do just fine. The name's Alexa, and I'm an outfitter. Nice to meet ya. Should we get started? I want to get to testing this new scale weaponry ASAP.
She's so cute!
Since you're so tough, the data should be great.
Last original game DLC character after Bose. It can only get better. Ask Alexa what she needs. Oh, I'm gonna have a problem. Ask Alexa what she needs to do. Ask if she really wants you to fight a skull.
Yes? That's not a problem, is it? Look, don't worry. I didn't ask you here just to be a bullet sponge. Come on, fight back and stuff.
Fight back and
that
stuff.
That better simulates real combat conditions anyway. Plus, it's a lot more fun. We ready to begin now? My scale's tough, so no holding back. Give me everything you've got.
Oh, she really wants to fight. Okay. Yeah, she seems really funny so far.
You won't enjoy it.
Oh my god.
I will fight.
I can provide cover fire.
Wait, she's level 16.
Whoa. You're strong. Like, really strong.
Well.
I can't believe you beat my Skell.
Your Skell? That's funny. That's a loaner from Sakuraba Industries. A very expensive loaner.
Hey, Tika. Did you see that? Best test subject ever, right?
Of course I saw it. I'm the lead designer on the weapon you're testing.
You get some good data?
Amazing data, actually. Although we have to take the client's Skell in for repairs thanks to a certain someone. Still, I'd call it a net positive.
Hey, it wasn't me that broke the Skell. Besides, that's how tests go.
Didn't you tell the subject to fight back? Oh, you're something else. Look, you mind handling the next test in place of Alexa?
I'm so scared. Say that no mission is too big or small for you. Tell Tika that you need to think it over. Wow.
Hey, wait, I'm coming too. Watching stronger people is
You
the
beat her
best
Skell in
way
like
to
5 seconds. I think
It'll
it's
make me
fair
a
to
better
say you obliterate
pilot.
the Skell-obsessed
Sounds
lesbians.
like
I
it's
love
settled.
it.
So, I need help with a ramjet rifle performance test. I'm short on field application data, so I want you to engage some indigents with it.
This song is really cute.
Oh, are we testing a Skell weapon?
Sorry, it's ground gear. Is that a deal breaker?
Nah, I'm still in. I mean, yeah, if it were a Skell weapon, I'd have been super in.
Okay, who is her voice actress?
But I
Because
believe
she's
research
popping
doesn't
off.
have to be exciting to be world-changing.
Yeah, it's not. But I still need the test done. Oh, and thanks for babysitting Alexa. I have high hopes for you.
Is she a baby like Lynn? If Skells existed IRL, then all the lesbians would be obsessed with them. It's true. Wait, I have a heart-to-heart here? Can I do it? Oh, it's with Lynn. Okay. Sora went to jail. Honestly, I was thinking that he was probably gonna go to jail. Yeah. Unfortunately, I kind of had a feeling he would be going to jail. Oh, okay. I knew Alexa's voice sounded familiar. She is Makoto from Persona 5. I love Makoto! Not the Matthew and Alicia Burr. You know what? So, Zamps, we had a quest earlier where there is somebody named Alicia, and I just literally kept thinking about you. I was like, oh my god. But yeah.
There's our subject. This may be just a test to us, but he doesn't know that. So don't let your guard down. Oh, wait. There's an even bigger critter over there. I fought him during a Skell test once. He was tough, but the data was insane.
Oh my god.
He wasn't in Tika's orders, but we could use him in our test anyway.
Claim that the bigger the subject is, the better data should be.
Absolutely! No science ever advanced without a little bit of crazy, am I right? Let's get cracking.
Okay, I'm a fan. Oh my god. So I guess, is everyone's favorite character the one that's like super hard to unlock? I feel like if somebody were to ask me now who my favorite optional character is, like I wouldn't even know what to say. Because I do feel like Lau, he's considered part of the main cast, I think. So I wouldn't really consider him an optional character, but some of these other characters have been optional, and I'm like, man, I really like them all.
Don't bother apologizing now. Try not to slow me down.
That was very, very satisfying. Amiri and P3R. How a lot of people here later went to P5? Yes. They even call... What? You call her Leash? That's so cute.
Not enough to make me break a sweat.
Not enough to make me break a sweat. Oh my, okay. Oh no. Oh, wait, what am I freaking out about? I'm level 55. I just noticed too that my my fuel is running really low. I didn't even see that until just now. Oh, is Fog, but the one behind the side quest is also so good, especially for the affinity. Okay. Wait, Iroh, who is your favorite?
You're messy. I got a little reckless. Sorry. You should be doing better. I'll be right with you.
This isn't looking good. You can't say? Wait, I thought it was optional. Oh wait, it's the one that's locked. Sorry. Ignore me. Okay.
Special delivery. Offline? Oh crap.
Yes.
Sorry.
That gives me so much anxiety. Whenever the red one pops up, it gives me anxiety. It freaks me out. I'm like, no.
This is my end. I refuse.
Wait, okay, Gajiarg dying is like the saddest thing ever. I didn't like that. I like Nagi and sometimes HB. Oh, interesting. Okay. I have not been dunking my Moranium into Sakuraba. No, I forgot. I should go do that. Well, I don't even know what should I do. I probably need to go put fuel in my Scowl. Yeah. Oopsies. Wait. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Look how close. Yeah, maybe I should go put some fuel into my skull and then yeah, because I want to be able to use it. I gotta sneeze, it's not coming out. Whew! Never mind, I lied. Hi, Proxo! Oh my god. Oops. Thank you. Thank you so much, Edgar Effect. Thank you so much for $10 to Trans Lifeline. I really appreciate that so very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Oh my gosh, we're actually really close to $200 today. That's incredible. Thank you all. My camera, I realized, was like, there we go. Wait, nope. Wrong way. Okay, gas is expensive. Yeah. That it is. Oh, I still have a little bit to put into Sakuraba. Okay, we'll do that. Yippee! Trans rights! Explodey! Oh, I do love that. I love that emote though. Did I pass a Neil heart to heart? I did!
Listen.
Oh, there you are. Got a minute? You know Director General Chauson, right? So he's asked me to share my knowledge of cosmoarchaeology with the people of Earth. Well, we decided to hold a lecture, and it sounds like we have a lot more interested individuals than I expected. I've never done any public speaking in front of alien races. I don't suppose you have any advice? Just tell her to be herself. Say she should have Celica join her on stage. Recommend she lead with an opening act. Play it safe. Be yourself. Really? I mean, I can do that, but I'm afraid my natural tone might come across as a bit overly familiar, cheeky. I won't be breaking any taboos, will I? You don't think so? Well, okay then, if you say so, I'll trust your judgment. All right, I'm starting to feel good about it. I'm actually looking forward to this now. And my shoulders have relaxed. Score. All that's left is to pin down the exact topic. Cosmoarchaeology is a broad subject. Any suggestions? Suggest you talk about her life. Anthropology. Oh, actually, I like that. Yeah, I think it'll have to be something along those lines. If I find Earth culture so fascinating, it surely goes both ways. All right, then I'll do my darndest to accurately and fully convey all the charms of the clue, leaving nothing on the table. All in the hopes that one day it will be more than just Celica and me who get to meet the people of Earth. I suppose that's that then. I think I've got a rough idea in my mind. Thanks for helping me hash it out, and I hope you'll come to the lecture too. How many heart-to-hearts do they usually have? I know! I didn't even see her! Yeah, I'm trying to get my 50 skull, but I'm also still trying to unlock all of the characters that I can. So, old one's 5, new one's 3. Oh, okay. Wait, does Neil count as a new one? All right, back to this. Oh, okay. Then I think that I did all of hers. That makes me depressed.
Don't bother apologizing. To kick it off with melee attacks. Just this. Delivery.
Using the ARPIC, not the original game.
I'll knock them over. I figured you'd win. Not enough to make you register.
Whoa, no, not the level 55 again. The last time I did this, I got my ass beat.
Go all out. This is nothing. Flying.
Oh my god. Girl, no.
Sorry.
Goodbye.
I meant offline? Oh, crap.
This is not going well. This is not going well. I keep destroying my skull. At least that time I actually did the whatchamacallit. The QTE. Yeah, the insurance company hates to see me coming. No, I'm out of tickets. Let me give... I should be giving them skulls, the ones that are in my party. So we will do that. All right, I think everybody's good. All right, here we go again. Oh my God. Hopefully I don't come across that level 55 again. I don't know why it keeps wanting to beat my ass. I'm just minding my own business. Where is it? Oh, it's, yeah, it like paths. So it's about to come over here like right now. Oh my God. Zaya wants to leave, so she's screaming at me again. All right, we should be good now because I think it went.
Don't bother apologizing.
You heard the Neo and he looks behind you. Yeah, it's Zio getting mad at me because she wants me to open the door. Wait, was its name Trump? Dream come true. Let me let Zio out really quick. It's okay, we beat up Trump. Secret FBI agent. I was talking about the creature, okay? Calm down. Where is...
A worthy foe, my soul craves contest.
I'm going to scream. Why is this thing so obsessed with me? I swear to God. Okay. Oh no, not make mirror great again. The creature is what they also call him, I'm sure. Am I even making progress on the quest? I don't fucking know. Maybe? No, because I literally don't know why it's out to get me. It's like, it's literally wanting to end my life. Like, what are you going through? Like, leave me alone.
Ready to move on your command.
Be careful. Let's weaken them first.
I have the upper ground.
I'm so scared. I keep like wanting to run away because I'm like, it's probably gonna come soon. What am I supposed to be doing with this? Achieve all judges. Use the... Okay. I was doing wrong things. I was doing wrong things again. Ramjack, what was it? Ramjack something. Do I have to buy it? Oh, it's right there. I passed it. My bad. I know those quests are so annoying. You have to use the weapon they want you to... Oops, I didn't read. Not sure if there's a hard stop at all today, but it's almost 6:90. Thank you, Aiden. Yeah, I want to get this last character, and then I think we're good for today. So then, Tuesday, it'll be time for chapter 12, I think. Which I know some people are looking forward to. I too am looking forward to chapter 12, whatever it has in store for me. But yes, Tuesday will be chapter 12 day. Oh, it's only aggroed by skells? Interesting. Why the fuck does it hate skells so much? I gotta wait for them to respawn because I killed them. That was like the third time that I've killed them.
Ready to move on your command.
Are you serious?
Be careful. Let's weaken them first.
Furious Blast!
Here goes.
Oh, just teleporting reset. Oh my god, Liesel. No!
You should be doing better.
Sorry, I need healing first.
Rising Blade! Rising Blade! Tornado Blade! Furious Blast!
Dying resets them too. Fog sounds like he's going through it. Backslash. Actually, we might be resetting it with dying, yeah. I'm like, this quest is so funny to me. Like, I'm going through it with this quest. Okay, let's try again. We get to beat up Trump again, so I guess all is well.
Fire. Triple the enemy. Now's your chance.
Arcing Horn!
Effect charge.
Okay, Trump is he's taking a beating. I need to hit him harder. This actually feels really therapeutic. I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if this works as manifestation too. I'm popping off. I just whatever.
Upper hand. Triple of the fire on the head. Arcing horn. First grenade. Rising blade. Furious blast. Close the gap. Here goes. Rising blade. Assault hammer.
I felt a mighty blow. Into the fray.
Arcing furious blast. Hit them again.
Nice job. Mission accomplished.
Yay!
Nothing to it.
We did it. Did we need to? We needed to do something else too, right? With this. Yeah. Okay. Those other little thingies. Truly needs the same mech-obsessed lesbian to save us. It honestly, yes. We need one bad. Mech-obsessed lesbian, please. We need you like now. I just realized this one's called Trump too. What is attacking us? Are you kidding me? Well, I thought this thing was an aggro fight. Why is it hitting me? I'm losing it.
Now's our chance. Follow my lead.
I got an achievement called "I'll Keep Trying." What is that even? was it Gijarg? Now, why did he do that? Like, I understand his anger, but like, can we not? We're trying to live. I'm getting ads in French. I don't speak French. You're getting ads in French. Oh my god.
Attack at range. Follow my lead. Cover fire. No. Overwhelm. Triple of the fire on the head. Down you go. Get hard. Too easy. Move in on the next one.
We did it. Probably for dying too much to the same thing, possibly, to be honest. No, I would have gotten that a while back, actually, because there was a
That's a
what are they called?
Not quite as fun as
The
a skill
UMs. I
test,
can't remember
but
what they're
still
called.
pretty great,
And this
huh?
one that I was dying to, like, over and over again for a while. Say that you wouldn't mind more missions like this one. Yes.
Ground gear tests are fun, right? I mean, in moderation.
Tyrants, yeah.
Half the time these projects get scrapped because the
Thank
data
you.
sucks. But today felt really good. I hope this thing makes it to production. It'd feel great to know our work ended up saving lives, you know? Sorry, I'm rambling again.
No,
huh?
you're wonderful.
Tika's waiting for
I'm
her
a
report, so
fan.
let's head back.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here. We were dilly-dallying a little bit too long there from the chaos. Too much dilly-dally, not enough shilly-shally. Now I'm missing Tifa. I could do this one. Let's
What's
see.
up?
Oh, hey, Lori. You here to test some sort of new weapon? I was just wondering if I could maybe make the flight module's energy systems work a little more efficiently. I had a chance to talk it over with the mechanic from one of the arms manufacturers, you know. And man, the people working behind the scenes to develop state-of-the-art weapons sure do have a lot of interesting things to say. You wouldn't believe how rapidly technology is advancing here in New LA while we're out on deployment. Asked Lynn if she'd prefer to be a full-time mechanic. Asked Lynn if it wouldn't be better. Sympathize. Well, I guess I do get a teensy bit jealous of people who get to work with new technologies like that. But our work as Blades is equally important for weapons development, right? Like, remember when we saw that Oravis flying through the sky during a mission? I saw the way it stayed aloft while gliding, and that gave me the idea for a new tail assembly. The whole thing kind of blew me away. It made me glad I joined Blade, that's for sure. But I know you asked because you worry about me, and I appreciate it, Lori. I wouldn't be able to continue inventing things the way that I do if I didn't have you and Elma watching out for me all the time. Say it's all due to her hard work. Aw, Lori, you're so sweet. You've always been like a mother to me, you know? She is my daughter. I'm gonna keep working my butt off to invent cool stuff that'll help all of us, okay? And yeah, I know that booster engine I was testing kind of exploded, and I'm not about to give up. In fact, I'd be honored if you joined me as my co-test pilot. What do you say? Accept. Really, that's great. There are so many things I want to work on, and Doug can't possibly handle them all. Now that I've got you to help me test, I can double down on making all those prototypes I've been ditching to make. Thank you so much. That was really sweet. Oh, I love her. I love these characters. Oh, I'm gonna have a really hard time. Gonna have a really hard time stopping this game when it comes time to end it. I'm gonna have a really hard time. Welcome and thanks for the hard work. Can I ask you to unequip the ramjet ground and turns me now? Oh my god. Okay, fine. Why can't you just take it off for me? Why do I gotta do it? I don't wanna. I forgot what weapon I was actually using. Sure. Wait, no. I think I was using... that one? I don't know. I love how Lori went from early game unlocking HP and then boasting with their first Affinity quest to now getting today's scale lesbian space furry, cool secretary and anxious son. Yeah. You know, I think it's good. I saved the best for last. Maybe getting those ones out of the way first actually worked out because, yeah, we really saved the best ones for last. You'll just have to get emotes to immortalize them forever. I will. I will. Okay, there we go.
Nice work out there. Let me take that ramjet rifle off you now. Thank you. Also, I'm done analyzing your test data.
And? How's it look?
The data? It's great. Especially since you decided to go up against a tougher target. That fight made it clear that this prototype is...
your masterpiece!
A piece of crap.
Aw, boo.
I can't believe I blew half our budget in rare materials on this. But the results don't lie. From a cost-performance standpoint, it's awful. I'm canceling the project and mothballing the prototype unit. I mean, unless you want to keep it.
Man, this blows.
Yeah, it's a tough business, but the test was carried out perfectly. It's my design that was flawed.
Well, I know you'll nail it next time.
I'll try.
And maybe think about making a scale weapon?
I'll consider considering it.
I'll consider considering it.
That's... Wait, is that good? Well, whatever. At least I got a new partner out of it. I'm looking forward to our next assignment.
Oh man, I really like her. She's so fun. A weapons tester for the Outfitters. Alexa loves machines and gadgets above all else and is happiest when in a Skell cockpit. I love this. Oh my god. Alexa, we sell only Skells and their besties on their mind. Yup, exactly.
Don't forget that. Say that again.
Okay. All right. So we did it. We only have 2 more to unlock, and then according to everybody, the locked one is after 12, and then the second to last one is I have to do some stuff. So I'm gonna do some stuff this weekend. Like I'm gonna explore Caldros. Wait, what did y'all say? So I have to explore Caldros to how much? And then I have to do green quests? Oh my god. Yeah, Caldros, I'm gonna have to do a lot of exploring over the weekend. %15% right now. Wait, 24? No, 15%. Last one is 65% and a bunch of green quest chains. Oh wait, didn't someone say that I need to do the ones with Mia? Mia in them? Maybe I'll just do the exploring. You have to do a series of quests, a couple of which are hidden. Oh. The Mia one's in another chain as well. Okay, well maybe I'll just focus on the exploring and then... I don't know, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Tuesday will be chapter 12, probably. Tuesday will be chapter 12. And then we can always unlock the second to last character later on, but yeah. Those are 2 of the most beloved side quest chains, at least. Oh, that's good, okay. Yeah, so we did a lot today. I'm proud. We unlocked everybody except for like the last 2, which is really great. That's awesome. We still have a bunch of other affinity quests to do though, but you know, we'll figure it out. This was great. This was wonderful. Good stream, good progress. Tuesday, I will be live again. I don't stream on the weekends for anyone that's new here. And Mondays are my my admin days. Things I do around the house. So Tuesday is the start of the stream week. So our next stream will be on Tuesday. I have a question. Does anyone know when Expedition 33 comes out? It's next week, but what day is it? Oh man. The 24th. Never enough affinity quests because once you are finished, we are in another Xenoblade waiting room for some time. Maybe no. On the same day as pre. That's right. On the same day, Thursday. Okay, perfect. I don't know why I forgot about that, but yeah, I have some stuff going on next week. Wait, what the heck? I was trying to look at something and where? Well, I can't find it now, but I do have I have some stuff going on next week as far as Expedition 33. So I'm excited. I will talk about that later. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. It was a great stream. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your day, a good weekend. If you're new here, make sure to follow the stream if you enjoyed yourself here. You can also follow me on all of the things, all of my social media. I am the most active on Blue Sky, so if you want to follow me for my shenanigans and stuff, it's going to be Blue Sky if you want to see all of that. Subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. That's where I post my my edited playthroughs and my reactions, and then my VODs channel, which is just my playthroughs that are unedited. And then of course join our Discord if you want notifications of when I go live. anime night, movie night. Movie night is next week, by the way. We're watching The Neverending Story, which will be really fun. What else do we do in Discord? We just hang out and it's a good time. So join. We'd love to have you. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you all so much again for being here. It was a wonderful stream. It was a wonderful day. I hope everyone had a wonderful time. If you are playing Lunar, I know that just came out today for the retro gamers. I hope that you enjoy. I really want to play it, but it's probably not going to be anytime soon. Let us see who we are rating today. Who are we deciding to rate today? Not quite sure. I want to play the Lunar Remasters at some point. Yeah, I do too. I've never played before. I've heard good things. I want to very badly play them, but it won't be anytime soon. That will be waiting for. I will be waiting. Let's go raid